Chapter 24 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24. The Night at the Madhouse. When Sweeney Todd had, with such diabolical want of feeling, whispered the few words of mockery which we have recorded in Tobias's ear, when he was carried out of Mr. Fogg's reception-room to be taken to a cell, the villainous barber drew back and indulged in rather a longer laugh than usual.
"Mr. Todd,"
said Mr. Fogg,
"I find that you still retain your habit of merriment, but yours ain't the most comfortable laugh in the world, and we seldom hear anything equal to it, even from one of ourselves."
"No,"
said Sweeney Todd,
"I don't suppose you do. And for my part, I never heard of a cell laughing yet."
"Oh, you know what I mean, Mr. Todd, well enough."
"That may be,"
said Todd,
"but it would be just as well to say it for all that. I think, however, as I came in, you said something about refreshment."
"I certainly did, and if you will honour me by stepping back into my room, I think I can offer you, Mr. Todd, a glass of as nice wine as the king himself could put on his table, if he were any judge of that commodity, which I am inclined to think he is not."
"What do you expect?"
said Sweeney Todd,
"that such an idiot should be a judge of. But I shall have great pleasure in tasting your wine, for I have no hesitation in saying that my work tonight has made me thirsty."
At this moment a shriek was heard, and Sweeney Todd shrank away from the door.
"Oh, it's nothing,
said Mr. Fogg.
If you had resided here as long as I have, you would get accustomed to hearing a slight noise. The worst of it is when half a dozen of the mad fellows get shrieking against each other in the middle of the night. That, I grant, is a little annoying."
"What do you do with them?"
"We send in one of the keepers with the lash, and soon put a stop to that. We are forced to keep the upper hand of them, or else we should have no rest. Hark, do you hear that fellow now? He is generally pretty quiet, but he has taken it into his head to be outrageous today. But one of my men will soon put a stop to that. This way, Mr. Todd, if you please. And as we don't often meet, I think when we do, we ought to have a social glass."
Sweeney Todd made several horrible faces as he followed the madhouse keeper, and he looked as if it would have given him quite as much pleasure, and no doubt it would, to brain that individual as to drink his wine, although probably he would have preferred doing the latter process first, and executing the former afterwards, and at his leisure. They soon reached the room which was devoted to the use of Mr. Fogg and his friends, and which contained the many little curiosities in the way of madhouse discipline that were in that age considered indispensable in such establishments. Mr. Fogg moved away with his hands a great number of the books and papers which were on the table, so as to leave a vacant space, and then drawing the cork of a bottle he filled himself a large glass of its contents, and invited Sweeney Todd to do the same, who was by no means slow in following his example. While these two villains are carousing, and caring nothing for the scene of misery with which they are surrounded, poor Tobias, in conformity with the orders that had been issued with regard to him, was conveyed along a number of winding passages and down several staircases towards the cells of the establishment. In vain he struggled to get free from his captor, as well might a hare have struggled in the fangs of a wolf, nor were his cries at all heeded, although, now and then, the shriek he uttered was terrible to hear, and enough to fill anyone with dismay.
"I am not mad,"
said he.
"Indeed, I am not mad. Oh, let me go, and I will say nothing. Not one word shall ever pass my lips regarding Mr. Todd. Let me go, oh, let me go, and I will pray for you as long as I live."
Mr. Watson whistled a lively tune.
"If I promise, if I swear to tell nothing, Mr. Todd will not wish me kept here. All he wants is my silence, and I will take any oath he likes. Speak to him for me, I implore you, and let me go."
Mr. Watson commenced the second part of his lively tune, and by that time he reached a door, which he unlocked, and then, setting down Tobias upon the threshold, he gave him a violent kick, which flung him down 2 steps on to the stone floor of a miserable cell, from the roof of which continual moisture was dripping, the only accommodation it possessed being a truss of damp straw flung into one corner.
"There,"
said Mr. Watson.
My lad, you can stay, and there make yourself comfortable until someone comes to shave your head, and after that you'll find yourself quite a gentleman.
Mercy, mercy! Have mercy on me!
Mercy? What the devil do you mean by mercy? Well, that's a good joke, but I can tell you have come to the wrong shop for that. We don't keep it in stock here, and if we wanted ever so little of it, we should have gone somewhere else for it.
Mr. Watson laughed so much at his own joke that he felt quite amiable, and told Tobias that if he were perfectly quiet and said,
"Thank you,"
for everything, he wouldn't put him in the strait waistcoat, although Mr. Fogg had ordered it.
"For,"
added Mr. Watson,
"so far as that goes, I don't care a straw what Mr. Fogg says, or what he does. He can't do without me, damn him, because I know too many of his secrets."
Tobias made no answer to this promise, but he lay upon his back on the floor of his cell, wringing his hands despairingly, and feeling that almost the very atmosphere of the place seemed pregnant with insanity, and giving himself up for lost entirely.
I shall never, never,
he said,
look upon the bright sky and the green fields again. I shall be murdered here, because I know too much. What can save me now? What an evil chance it was that brought me back again to my mother. I ought to have been far, far away by this time, instead of being, as I know I am, condemned to death in this frightful place. Despair seizes upon me. What noise is that? A shriek? Yes, yes, there is some other blighted heart besides mine in this dreadful house. Oh, heaven, what will become of me? I feel already stifled and sick, faint with the air of this dreadful cell. Help! 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 Have mercy upon me, and I will do anything, promise anything, swear anything.
If poor Tobias had uttered his complaints on the most desolate shore that ever a shipwrecked mariner was cast upon, they could not have been more unheeded than they were in that house of terror. He screamed and shrieked for aid. He called upon all the friends he had ever known in early life, and at that moment he seemed to remember the name of everyone who had ever uttered a kind word to him, and to those persons who, alas, could not hear him, but were far enough removed away from his cell, he called for aid in that hour of his deep distress. At length, faint, wearied, and exhausted, he lay a mere living wreck in that damp, unwholesome cell, and felt almost willing that death should come and relieve him, at least from the pang of constantly expecting it. His cries, however, had had the effect of summoning up all the wild spirits in that building, and, as he now lay in the quiet of absolute exhaustion, he heard from far and near smothered cries and shrieks and groans, such as one might expect would fill the air of the infernal regions with dismal echoes. A cold and clammy perspiration broke out upon him, as these sounds each moment more painfully fell upon his ear, and as he gazed upon the profound darkness of the cell, his excited fancy began to people it with strange, unearthly beings, and he could suppose that he saw hideous faces grinning at him, and huge misshapen creatures crawling on the walls, and floating in the damp, pestiferious atmosphere of the wretched cell. In vain he covered his eyes with his hands. These creatures of his imagination were not to be shut out from the mind, and he saw them, if possible, more vivid than before, and presenting themselves with more frightfully tangible shapes. Truly, if such visions should continue to haunt him, poor Tobias was likely enough to follow the fate of many others, who had been held in that establishment perfectly sane, but in a short time exhibited in it as raving lunatics.
"A nice, clear, cool glass of wine,"
said Sweeney Todd, as he held up his glass between him and the light.
"and pleasant drinking, so soft and mild in the mouth, and yet gliding down the throat with a pleasant strength of flavour."
Yes,
said Mr. Fogg.
it might be worse. You see, some patients who are low and melancholy mad require stimulants, and their friends send them wine. This is some that was so sent.
"I should certainly, Mr. Fogg, not expect such an act of indiscretion from you, knowing you, as I do, to be quite a man of the world."
Thank you for the compliment. This wine, now, was sent for an old gentleman who had turned so melancholy that he not only would not take food enough to keep his life and soul together, but he really terrified his friends so by threatening suicide that they sent him here for a few months. And, as stimulants were recommended for him, they sent this wine, you see. But I stimulated him without it quite as well, for I drank the wine myself and gave him such an infernal good kick or two every day, and that stimulates him, for it puts him in such a devil of a passion that I am quite sure he doesn't want any wine.
A good plan,
said Sweeney Todd.
but I wonder you don't contrive that your own private room should be free from the annoyance of hearing such sounds as those that have been coming upon my ears for the last 5 or 10 minutes.
It's impossible. You cannot get out of the way if you live in the house at all. And you see, as regards these mad fellows, they are quite like a pack of wolves, and once one of them begins howling and shouting, the others are sure to chime in full chorus, and make no end of disturbance till we stop them, as I have already told you we do. With a strong hand.
Whilst I think of it,
said Sweeney Todd, as he drew from his pocket a leathern bag.
While I think of it, I may as well pay you the year's money for the lad I have brought you. You see, I have not forgotten the excellent rule you have of being paid in advance. There is the amount.
Ah, Mr. Todd,
said the madhouse keeper, as he counted the money, and then placed it in his pocket.
It's a pleasure to do business with a thorough businessman like yourself. The bottle stands with you, Mr. Todd, and I beg you will not spare it. Do you know, Mr. Todd, this is a line of life which I have often thought would have suited you. I am certain you have a genius for such things.
Not equal to you,
said Todd.
But as I am fond, certainly, of what is strange and out of the way, some of the scenes and characters you come across would, I have no doubt, be highly entertaining to me.
Scenes and characters, I believe you. During the course of a business like ours, we come across all sorts of strange things, and if I chose to do it, which of course I don't, I could tell a few tales which would make some people shake in their shoes. But I have no right to tell them, for I have been paid, and what the deuce is it to me?
Oh, nothing, of course, nothing. But just while we are sipping our wine now, couldn't you tell me something that would not be betraying anyone else's confidence?
I could. I don't mean to say that I could not. And I don't care much if I do, to you.
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25. Mr. Fogg's Story at the Madhouse. After a short pause, during which Mr. Fogg appeared to be referring to the cells of his memory, with a view of being refreshed in a matter that had long since been a bygone, but which he desired to place as clearly before his listener as he could, in fact, to make if possible that relation real to him, and to omit nothing during its progress that should be told, or possibly that amiable individual was engaged in considering if there were any salient points that might incriminate himself, or give even a friend a handle to make use of against him, but apparently there was nothing of the kind, for, after a loud "ahem," he filled the glasses, saying,
Well, now, as you are a friend, I don't mind telling you how we do business here. Things that have been done, you know, by others. But I have had my share as well as others. I have known a thing or two, Mr. Todd, and I may say I have done a thing or two, too.
Well, we must all live and let live,
said Sweeney Todd.
There's no going against that, you know. If all I have done could speak, why— But no matter, I am listening to you. However, if deeds could speak, one or two clever things would come out, rather, I think.
Aye, 'tis well they don't,
said Mr. Fogg, with much solemnity.
If they did, they would be constantly speaking at times when it would be very inconvenient to hear them, and dangerous besides.
So it would,
said Sweeney.
A still tongue makes a wise head, but then the silent system would bring no grist to the mill. And we must speak when we know we are right and among friends.
Of course,
said Fogg.
Of course, that's the right use of speech, and one may as well be without it as to have it and not use it. But come, drink and fill again before I begin, and then to my tale. But we may as well have sentiment. Sentiment, you know,
continued Fogg,
is the very soul of friendship. What do you say to the heart that can feel for another?
With all my soul,
said Sweeney Todd.
It's very touching indeed. the heart that can feel for another."
And as he spoke, he emptied the glass, which he pushed towards Fogg to refill.
"Well,"
said Fogg, as he complied.
"we have had the sentiment. We may as well have the exemplification,"
said Todd.
Very good indeed. Pray go on, that will do capitally.
"I may as well tell you the whole matter as it occurred. I will then let you know all I know, and in the same manner. None of the parties are now living, or at least they are not in this country, which is just the same thing, so far as I am concerned."
Then that is an affair settled and done with?
Remarked Sweeney Todd, parenthetically.
"Yes, quite. Well, it was one night, such a one as this, and pretty well about the same hour, perhaps somewhat earlier than this. However, it doesn't signify a straw about the hour, but it was quite night, a dark and wet night too, when a knock came at the street door. A sharp double knock it was. I was sitting alone, as I might have been now, drinking a glass or two of wine. I was startled, for I was thinking about an affair I had on hand at that very moment, of which there was a little stir. However, I went to the door and peeped through a grating that I had there, and saw only a man. He had drawn his horse inside the gate and secured him. He wore a large Whitney riding coat, with a cape that would have thrown off a deluge. I fancied, or I thought I could tell, that he meant no mischief, so I opened the door at once, and saw a tall, gentlemanly man, but wrapped up so that you could not tell who or what he was. But my eyes are sharp, you know, Mr. Todd. We haven't seen so much of this world without learning to distinguish what kind of person one has to deal with."
I should think not,
said Todd.
"Well," said I, "what is your pleasure?" The stranger paused for a moment or two before he made any reply to me.
"Is your name Fogg?"
he said. "Yes, it is," said I. "What is your pleasure, sir?"
"Why,"
said he, after another pause, during which he fixed his eye very hard upon me.
"Why, I wish to have a little private conversation with you, if you can spare so much time, upon a very important matter which I have in hand."
"Walk in, sir," said I, as soon as I heard what it was he wanted, and he followed me in. "It is a very unpleasant night, and it's coming on to rain harder. I think it is fortunate you have got housed." He came into this very parlour and took a seat before the fire, with his back to the light, so that I couldn't see his face very well. However, I was determined that I would be satisfied in those particulars, and so when he had taken off his hat, I stirred up the fire and made a blaze that illuminated the whole room, and which showed me the sharp, thin visage of my visitor, who was a dark man with keen grey eyes that were very restless. "Will you have a glass of wine?" said I. "The night is cold as well as wet."
"Yes, I will," he replied. "I am cold with riding. You have a lonely place about here. Your house, I see, stands alone too. You have not many neighbours."
"No, sir," said I. "We hadn't need. For when any of the poor things set to screaming, it would make them feel very uncomfortable indeed."
"So it would. There is an advantage in that both to yourself as well as to them. It would be disagreeable to you to know that you were disturbing your neighbours, and they would feel equally uncomfortable in being disturbed. And yet you must do your duty."
"Aye, to be sure," said I. "I must do my duty, and people won't pay me for letting madmen go, though they may for keeping them, and besides that, I think some on 'em would get their throats cut if I did."
"You are right, quite right,"
said he.
"I am glad to find you of that mind, for I came to you about an affair that requires some delicacy about it, since it is a female patient."
"Ah," said I. "I always pay a great attention, very great attention, and I don't recollect a case, however violent it may be, but what I can overcome. I always make 'em acknowledge me, and there's much art in that."
"To be sure, there must be."
"And moreover, they wouldn't so soon crouch and shrink away from me, and do what I tell them, if I did not treat them with kindness, that is, as far as is consistent with one's duty. For I mustn't forget that."
"Exactly,"
he replied.
"Those are my sentiments exactly."
"And now, sir, will you inform me in what way I can serve you?"
"Why, I have a relative, a female relative, who is unhappily affected with a brain disease. We have tried all we can do, without any effect. Do what we will, it comes to the same thing in the end."
"Ah," said I. "Poor thing. What a dreadful thing it must be to you or any of her friends who have the charge of her, to see her day by day an incurable maniac. Why, it is just as bad as when a friend or relative was dead, and you were obliged to have the dead body constantly in your house before your eyes.
Exactly, my friend,
replied the stranger.
Exactly. You are a man of discernment, Mr. Fogg. I see that is truly the state of the case. You may then guess at the state of our feelings when we have to part with one beloved by us.
As he spoke, he turned right around and faced me, looking very hard into my face. Well, said I, yours is a hard case, but to have one afflicted about you in the manner the young lady is truly distressing. It is like having a perpetual lumbago in your back.
Exactly,
said the stranger.
I tell you what, you are the very man to do this thing for me.
I am sure of it, said I.
Then we understand each other, eh?
said the stranger.
I must say I like your appearance. It is not often such people as you and I meet.
I hope it will be to our mutual advantage, said I, because such people don't meet every day, and we oughtn't to meet to no purpose. So, in anything delicate and confidential, you may command me.
I see you are a clever man,
said he.
Well, well, I must pay in proportion to your talents. How do you do business? By the job or by the year?
Well, said I, where it's a matter of some nicety, it may be both. But it entirely depends upon circumstances. I had better know exactly what it is I have to do.
Why, you see, she is a young female about 18, and she is somewhat troublesome. It takes to screaming and all that kind of thing. I want her taken care of, though you must be very careful she neither runs away or suddenly commits any mischief, as her madness does not appear to me to have any particular form, and would, at times, completely deceive the best of us. And then suddenly she will break out violently, and snap or fly at anybody with her teeth.
Is she so bad as that?
Yes, quite. So, it is quite impossible to keep her at home, and I expect it will be a devil of a job to get her here. I tell you what you shall have. I'll pay your yearly charge for board and care, and you'll come and assist me in securing her and bringing her down. It will take some trouble.
Very well, said I. That will do. But you must double the note, and make it 20, if you please. It will cost something to come and do the job well.
I see. Very well. We won't disagree about a 10-pound note, but you'll know how to dispose of her if she comes here.
Oh, yes. Very healthy place.
But I don't know that health is a very great blessing to anyone under such circumstances. Indeed, who would begrudge an early grave to one severely afflicted?
Nobody ought, said I. If they know what mad people went through, they would not, I'm sure.
That is very true again, but the fact is, they don't, and they only look at one side of the picture. For my own part, I think that it ought to be so ordained that when people are so afflicted, nature ought to sink under the affliction, and so insensibly to revert to the former state of nonentity.
Well, said I, that may be as you please. I don't understand all that. But I tell you what, I hope if she were to die so much sooner than you expect, you would not think it too much trouble to afford me some compensation for my loss.
Oh dear, no. And to show you that I shall entertain no such illiberal feeling, I will give you 200 pounds when the certificate of her burial can be produced. You understand me?
Certainly.
Her death will be of little value to me without the legal proof,
said the stranger.
So she must die at her own pleasure, or live while she can.
Certainly, said I.
But what terrifies me,
said the stranger,
most is her terror-stricken countenance always staring us in our faces, and it arose from her being terrified. Indeed, I think if she were thoroughly frightened, she would fall dead. I am sure, if any wickedly disposed person were to do so, death would no doubt result.
Ah, said I, it would be a bad job. Now tell me where I am to see you, and how about the particulars?
Oh, I will tell you. Now, can you be at the corner of Grosvenor Street, near Park Lane?
Yes, I replied, I will.
With a coach, too. I wish you to have a coach, and one that you can depend upon, because there may be a little noise. I will try to avoid it if possible, but we can always do what we desire. But you must have good horses.
Now, I tell you what my plan is. That is, if you don't mind the damages, if any happen.
What are they?
This. Suppose a horse falls and is hurt or an upset. Would you stand the racket?
I would, of course.
Then listen to me. I have had more of these affairs than you have, no doubt. Well then, I have had experience which you have not. Now, I'll get a trotting horse and a covered cart or chaise. One that will go along well at 10 miles an hour, and no mistake about it.
But will it hold enough?
Yes, 4 or 5 or 6. And upon a bush, I have known 8 to cram in it. But then you know we were not particular how we were placed. But still, it will hold as many as a hackney coach, only not so conveniently. But then we have nobody in the affair to drive us, and there can't be too few.
Well, that is perhaps best. But have you a man on whom you can depend? Because if you could, why, I would not be in the affair at all.
You must, said I. In the first place, I can depend upon one man best. Him I must leave here to mind the place. So if you can manage the girl, I will drive, and know the road as well as the way to my own mouth. I would rather have as few in it as possible.
Your precaution is very good, and I think I will try and manage it, that there shall be only you and I acquainted with the transaction. At all events, should it become necessary, it will be time enough to let some other person into the secret at the moment their services are required. That, I think, will be the best arrangement that I can come to. What do you say?
That will do very well. When we get her here, and when I have seen a few days, I can tell you exactly what to do with her.
Exactly. And now, good night. There is the money I promised. And now again, good night. I shall see you at the appointed time.
You will, said I. One more glass. It will do you good, and keep the rain out. He took off a glass of wine, and then pulled his hat over his face and left the house. It was a dark, wet night, and the wind blew, and we heard the sound of his horse's hoofs for some time. However, I shut the door and went in, thinking over in my own mind what would be the gain of my own exertions. Well, at the appointed time I borrowed a chaise cart, a covered one with what you call a head to it, and I trotted to town in it. At the appointed time I was at the corner of Grosvenor Street. It was late, and yet I waited there an hour or more before I saw anyone. I walked into a little house to get a glass of spirits to keep up the warmth of my body, and when I came out again I saw someone standing at my horse's head. I immediately went up.
Oh, you are here?
He said. Yes, I am, said I. I have been here the Lord knows how long. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Come,
said he, as he got into the cart.
Come to the place I shall tell you. I shall only get her into the cart, and you must do the rest.
You'll come back with me. I shall want help on the road, and I have no one with me.
Yes, I will come with you, and manage the girl. But you must drive, and take all the casualties of the road, for I shall have enough to do to hold her, and keep her from screaming when she does awake.
What? Is she asleep?
I have given her a small dose of laudanum, which will cause her to sleep comfortably for an hour or two, but the cold air and disturbance will most probably awaken her first.
Throw something over her and keep her warm, and have something ready to thrust into her mouth in case she takes to screaming. And then you are all right.
Good,
he replied.
Now wait here. I'm going to yon house. When I've entered and disappeared several minutes, you may quietly drive up and take your station on the other side of the lamp-post.
As he spoke, he got out and walked to a large house which he entered softly, and left the door ajar, and after he had gone in, I walked the horse quietly up to the lamp-post. And as I placed it, the horse and front of the cart were completely in the dark. I had scarcely got up to the spot when the door opened, and he looked out as if anybody was passing. I gave him the word, and out he came, leaving the door, and came with what looked like a bundle of clothes, but which was the young girl, and some clothes he had brought with him. "Give her to me," said I, "and jump up and take the reins. Go on, as quickly as you can." I took the girl in my arms, and handed her into the back part of the chaise, while he jumped up and drove away. I placed the young girl in an easy position upon some hay, and stuffed the clothes under her, so as to prevent the jolting from hurting her. "Well," said I, "you may as well come back here and sit beside her. She is all right. You seem rather in a stew."
Why, I have run with her in my arms, and altogether it has flurried me.
You had better have some brandy, said I.
No, don't stop.
Pooh, I replied, pulling up. Here is the last house we shall come to have a good stiff tumbler of hot brandy and water. Come, have you any change? About a sovereign will do, because I shall want change on the road. Come, be quick. He handed me a sovereign, saying,
Don't you think it's dangerous to stop? We may be watched, or she may wake.
Not a bit of it. She snores too loudly to wake just yet, and you'll faint without the cordial. So keep a good look out upon the wench, and you will recover your nerves again. As I spoke, I jumped out and got 2 glasses of brandy and water, hot, strong, and sweet. I had, in about 2 minutes, made out of the house. Here, said I, drink it all up. It will bring the eyes out of your head. I spoke the truth, for what with my recommendation and his nervousness and haste, he drank about half of it at a gulp. I shall never forget his countenance. I can't keep my mirth to myself. Just imagine the girl inside a covered cart, all dark, so dark that you could hardly see the outlines of the shadow of a man. And then imagine, if you can, a pair of keen eyes that shone in the dark like cat's eyes, suddenly give out a flash of light, and then turn round in their sockets, showing the whites awfully, and then listen to the fall of the glass, and see him grasp his throat with one hand and thrust the other hand into his stomach. There was a queer kind of voice came from his throat, and then something like a curse and a groan escaped him. Damn it, said I, what is the matter now? You've supped all the liquor. You're very nervous. You had better have another dose.
No more,
he said faintly and huskily.
No more, for God's sake, no more. I'm almost choked. My throat is scalded, and my entrails on fire.
I told you it was hot, said I.
Yes, hot, boiling. Go on. I'm mad with pain. Push on.
Will you have any water or anything to cool your throat, said I.
No, go on.
Yes, said I, but the brandy and water is hot. However, it is going down very fast now. Very fast indeed. Here is the last mouthful. And as I said so, I gulped it down, returned with the 1 glass, and then paid for the damage. This did not occupy 5 minutes, and away we came along the road at a devil of a pace, and we were all right enough. My friend behind me got over his scold, though he had a very sore gullet, and his intestines were in a very uncomfortable state, but he was better. Away we rattled, the ground rattling to the horses' hoofs and the wheels of the vehicle, the young girl still remaining in the same state of insensibility in which she had first been brought out. No doubt she had taken a stronger dose of the opium than she was willing to admit. That was nothing to me, but made it all the better, because she gave less trouble and made it safer. We got here easily enough, drove slap up to the door, which was opened in an instant, jumped out, took the girl and carried her in. When once these doors are shut upon anyone, they may rest assured that it is quite a settled thing, and they don't get out very easy, save in a wooden surtout. Indeed, I have never lost a boarder by any other means. We always keep one connection, and they are usually so well satisfied that they never take anyone away from us. Well, I carried her indoors and left her in a room by herself on a bed. She was a nice girl, a handsome girl, I suppose people would call her, and she had a low, sweet, and plaintive voice. But enough of this. She's all right, said I, when I returned to this room. It's all right, I have left her.
She isn't dead?
He inquired, with much terror. Oh, no. She is only asleep, and has not woke up yet from the effects of the laudanum. Will you now give me 1 year's pay in advance?
Yes,
he replied, as he handed the money and the remainder of the bonds.
Now, how am I to do about getting back to London tonight?
You had better remain here.
Oh, no. I should go mad, too, if I were to remain here. I must leave here soon.
Well, will you go to the village inn?
How far is that off?
About a mile. You'll reach it easy enough. I'll drive you over for the matter of that, and leave you there. I shall take the cart there.
Very well. Let it be so. I will go. Well, I am glad it is all over, and the sooner it is over forever, the better. I am truly sorry for her, but it cannot be helped. It will kill her, I have no doubt, but that is all the better. She will escape the misery consequent upon her departure, and release us from a weight of care.
So it will, said I. But come, we must go at once, if going you are.
Yes,
he said hurriedly. Well then, come along. The horse is not yet unharnessed, and if we do not make haste, we shall be too late to obtain a lodging for the night.
That is very good,
he said somewhat wildly.
I am quite ready. Quite.
We left the house and trotted off to the inn at a good rate, where we arrived in about 10 minutes or less, and then I put up the horse and saw him in the inn and came back as quick as I could on foot. Well, well, I thought, this will do. I've had a good day of it, paid well for business, and haven't wanted for sport on the road. Well, I came to the conclusion that if the whole affair was to speedily end, it would be more in my pocket than if she were living, and she would be far happier in heaven than here, Mr. Todd.
Undoubtedly,
said Mr. Sweeney Todd.
Undoubtedly that is a very just observation of yours.
Well, then I set to work to find out how the matter could be managed, and I watched her until she awoke. She looked around her and seemed much surprised and confused, and did not seem to understand her position, while I remained near at hand. She sighed deeply, and put her hand to her head, and appeared for a time quite unable to comprehend what had happened to her or where she was. I sent some tea to her, as I was not prepared to execute my purpose, and she seemed to recover and ask some questions. But my man was dumb for the occasion, and would not speak, and the result was she was very much frightened. I left her so for a week or two, and then one day I went into her cell. She had greatly altered in appearance and looked very pale. "Well," said I, "how do you find yourself now?" She looked up into my face and shuddered. But she said in a calm voice, looking round her,
"Where am I?"
"You are here," said I, "and you'll be very comfortable, if you only take on kindly. But you will have a strait waistcoat put on you if you do not."
"Good God!"
she exclaimed, clasping her hands.
"Have they put me here in...
She could not finish the sentence, and I supplied the word which she did not utter, until I had done so, and then she screamed loudly.
"A madhouse!"
"Come," said I, "this will never do. You must learn to be quiet, or you'll have fearful consequences."
"Oh, mercy, mercy! I will do no wrong. What have I done that I should be brought here? What have I done? They may have all I have if they will let me live in freedom. I care not where or how poor I may be. Oh, Henry, Henry! If you knew where I was, would you not fly to my rescue? Yes, you would, you would."
"Ah," said I, "there is no Henry here, and you must be content to do without one."
I could not have believed that my brother would have acted such a base part. I did not think him wicked, although I knew him to be selfish, mean, and stern, yet I did not think he intended such wickedness. But he thinks to rob me of all my property. Yes, that is the object he has in sending me here.
"No doubt," said I.
"Shall I ever get out?"
she inquired in a pitiful tone.
"Do not say my life is to be spent here."
"Indeed it is," said I. "While he lives, you'll never leave these walls."
"He shall not attain his end, for I have deeds about me that he will never be able to obtain. Indeed, he may kill me, but he cannot benefit by my death."
"Well," said I, "it serves him right. And how did you manage that matter? How did you contrive to get the deeds away?"
"Never mind that. It is a small deed, and I have secured it. I did not think he would have done this thing, but he may yet relent. Will you aid me? I shall be rich and can pay you well."
"But your brother," said I.
"Oh, he is rich without mine, but he is over-avaricious. But, say you will help me. Only help me to get out, and you shall be no loser by the affair."
"Very well," said I. "Will you give me this deed as a security that you will keep your word?"
"Yes."
she replied, drawing forth the deed, a small parchment from her bosom.
"Take it, and now let me out. You shall be handsomely rewarded."
"Ah," said I, "but you must allow me first to settle this matter with my employers. You must really be mad. We do not hear of young ladies carrying deeds and parchments about them when they are in their senses."
"You do not mean to betray me?"
she said, springing up wildly and running towards the deed, which I carefully placed in my breastcoat pocket. "Oh dear, no. But I shall retain the deed and speak to your brother about this matter."
My God! My God!"
she exclaimed, and then she sank back onto the bed, and in another moment she was covered with blood. She had burst a blood vessel. I sent for a surgeon and a physician, and they both gave it as their opinion that she could not be saved, and that a few hours would see the last of her. That was the fact. She was dead before another half hour. And then I sent to the authorities for the purpose of burial, and producing the certificate of the medical men, I had no difficulty, and she was buried all comfortably, without any trouble. Well, thought I, this is a very comfortable affair, but it will be more profitable than I had any idea of, and I must get my first reward first, and if there should be any difficulty, I have the deed to fall back upon. He came down next day, and appeared with a rather long face.
"Well,"
he said,
"how do matters go here?"
"Very well," said I. "How's your throat?" I thought he cast a malicious look at me, as much as to imply he had laid it all to my charge.
"Pretty well,"
he replied.
"but I was ill for 3 days. How is the patient?"
"As well as you could possibly wish," said I.
"She takes it kindly, eh? Well, I hardly expected it. But no matter. She'll be a long while on hand, I perceive. You haven't tried the frightening system yet, then?"
"Hadn't any need," I replied, putting the certificate of her burial in his hand. He jumped as if he had been stung by an adder, and turned pale. But he soon recovered, and smiled complacently as he said,
"Ah, well, I see you have been diligent. But I should have liked to have seen her, to have asked her about a missing deed. But no matter."
"Now about the £200, said I.
"Why,"
said he,
"I think one will do when you come to consider what you have received, and the short space of time, and all. You have had a year's board in advance."
"I know I had. But because I have done more than you expected, and in a shorter time, instead of giving me more, you have the conscience to offer me less."
No, not what did you call it? We'll have nothing said about that. But here is £100, and you are well paid."
"Well," said I, taking the money, "I must have £500 at any rate, and unless you give it to me, I will tell other parties where a certain deed is to be found."
"What deed?"
"The one you are alluding to. Give me 400 more, and you shall have the deed." After much conversation and trouble he gave it to me, and I gave him the deed, with which he was well pleased, but looked hard at the money, and seemed to grieve at it very much. Since that time I have heard that he was challenged by his sister's lover, and that they went out to fight a duel, and he fell and died. The lover went to the continent, where he has since lived.
"Ah,"
said Sweeney Todd.
"You had decidedly the best of this affair. Nobody gained anything but you."
"Nobody at all that I know of, save distant relations, and I did very well. But then you know I can't live upon nothing. It costs me something to keep my house and cellar, but I stick to business, and so shall I, as long as business sticks to me."
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 26. Colonel Jeffery makes another effort to come at Sweeney Todd's secret. Were we to say that Colonel Jeffery was satisfied with the state of affairs as regarded the disappearance of his friend Thornhill, or that he had made up his mind now contentedly to wait until chance, or the mere progress of time, blew something of a more defined nature in his way, we should be doing that gentleman a very great injustice indeed. On the contrary, he was one of those chivalrous persons who, when they do commence anything, take the most ample means to bring it to a conclusion, and are not satisfied that they have made one great effort, which, having failed, is sufficient to satisfy them. Far from this, he was a man who, when he commenced any enterprise, looked forward to but one circumstance that could possibly end it, and that was its full and complete accomplishment in every respect, so that in this affair of Mr. Thornhill he certainly did not intend by any means to abandon it. But he was not precipitate. His habits of military discipline, and the long life he had led in camps, where anything in the shape of hurry and confusion is much reprobated, made him pause before he decided upon any particular course of action, and this pause was not one contingent upon a belief, or even a surmise, in the danger of the course that suggested itself, for such a consideration had no effect whatever upon him, and if some other mode had suddenly suggested itself, which, while it placed his life in the most imminent peril, would have seemed more likely to accomplish his object, it would have been at once most gladly welcomed. And now, therefore, he set about thinking deeply over what could possibly be done in a matter that as yet appeared to be involved in the most profound of possible mysteries. That the barber's boy, who had been addressed by him, and by his friend the captain, knew something of an extraordinary character, which fear prevented him from disclosing, he had no doubt, and, as the colonel remarked,
"If fear keeps that lad silent upon the subject, fear may make him speak, and I do not see why we should not endeavour to make ourselves a match for Sweeney Todd in such a matter."
"What do you propose, then?"
said the captain.
I should say that the best plan would be to watch the barber's shop and take possession of the boy, as we may find an opportunity of so doing.
Carry him off?
Yes, certainly, and as in all likelihood his fear of the barber is but a visionary affair. After all, it can really, when we have him to ourselves, be dispelled, and then when he finds that we can and will protect him, we shall hear all he has to say.
After some further conversation, the plan was resolved upon, and the captain and the colonel, after making a careful reconnaissance, as they called it, of Fleet Street, found that by taking up a station at the window of a tavern, which was very nearly opposite to the barber's shop, they should be able to take such effectual notice of whoever went in and came out, that they would be sure to see the boy some time during the course of the day. This plan of operations would no doubt have been greatly successful, and Tobias would have fallen into their hands, had he not, alas for him, poor fellow, already been treated by Sweeney Todd, as we have described, by being incarcerated in that fearful madhouse on Peckham Rye, which was kept by so unscrupulous a person as Fogg. And we cannot but consider that it was most unfortunate, for the happiness of all those persons in whose fate we take so deep an interest, and in whom we hope, as regards the reader, we have likewise awakened a feeling of great sympathy. If Tobias had not been so infatuated as to make the search he did of the barber's house, but had waited even for 24 hours before doing so, in that case, not only would he have escaped the dreadful doom which awaited him, but Johanna Oakley would have been saved from much danger which afterwards befell her. But we must not anticipate, and the fearful adventures which it was her doom to pass through before she met with the reward of her great virtue, and her noble perseverance will speak for themselves, trumpet-tongued indeed. It was at a very early hour in the morning that the two friends took up their station at the public-house so nearly opposite to Sweeney Todd's in Fleet Street, and then, having made an arrangement with the landlord of the house that they were to have undisturbed possession of the room for as long as they liked, they both sat at the window and kept an eye upon Todd's house. It was during the period of time there spent that Colonel Jeffery first made the captain acquainted with the fact of his great affection for Johanna, and that, in her he thought he had at last fixed his wandering fancy, and found, really, the only being with whom he thought he could, in this world, taste the sweets of domestic life and know no regret.
"She is all,"
he said,
"in beauty that the warmest imagination can possibly picture, and along with these personal charms, which certainly are most peerless, I have seen enough of her to feel convinced that she has a mind of the purest order that ever belonged to any human being in the world."
"With such sentiments and feelings towards her, the wonder would be,"
said the captain,
"if you did not love her, as you now avow you do."
"I could not be insensible to her attractions, but understand me, my dear friend, I do not, on account of my own suddenly conceived partiality for this young and beautiful creature, intend to commit the injustice of not trying might and main, and with heart and hand, to discover, if she supposes it to be true, that Thornhill and Mark Ingestre be one and the same person. And when I tell you that I love her with a depth and a sincerity of affection that makes her happiness of greater importance to me than my own, you know, I think, enough of me to feel convinced that I am speaking only what I really feel."
"I can,"
said the captain,
"and I do give you credit for the greatest possible amount of sincerity, and I feel sufficiently interested myself in the future fate of this fair young creature, to wish that she may be convinced her lover is no more, and may so much better herself, as I am quite certain she would, by becoming your wife. For all we can hear of this Ingestre seems to prove that he is not the most stable-minded of individuals the world ever produced, and perhaps not exactly the sort of man to make such a girl as Johanna Oakley happy. However, of course she may think to the contrary, and he may in all sincerity think likewise."
"I thank you for the kind feeling towards me, my friend, which has dictated that speech, but—"
"Hush!"
said the captain suddenly.
"Hush! Look at the barber!"
"The barber? Sweeney Todd?"
Yes, there he is. Do you not see him? There he is, and he looks as if he had come off a long journey. What can he have been about, I wonder? He is draggled in mud."
Yes, there was Sweeney Todd, opening his shop from the outside with a key that, after a vast amount of fumbling, he took from his pocket, and, as the captain said, he did indeed look as if he had come off a long journey, for he was draggled with mud, and his appearance altogether was such as to convince anyone that he must have fallen during the early part of the morning upon London and its suburbs. And this was just the fact, for after staying with the madhouse keeper in the hope that the bad weather which had set in would be alleviated, he had been compelled to give up all chance of such a thing, and as no conveyance of any description was to be had, he enjoyed the pleasure, if it could be called such, of walking home up to his knees in the mud of that dirty neighbourhood. It was, however, some satisfaction to him to feel that he had got rid of Tobias, who, from what he had done as regarded the examination of the house, had become extremely troublesome indeed, and perhaps the most serious enemy that Sweeney Todd had ever had.
"Ha!"
he said, as he came within sight of his shop in Fleet Street.
"Ah, Master Tobias is safe enough. He will give me no more trouble, that is quite clear. What a wonderfully convenient thing it is to have such a friend as Fogg, who for a consideration will do so much towards ridding one of an uncomfortable encumbrance. It is possible enough that that boy might have compassed my destruction. I wish I dared, with the means I now have from the string of pearls, joined to my other resources, to leave the business, and so not be obligated to run the risk and have the trouble of another boy."
Yes, Sweeney Todd would have been glad now to shut up his shop in Fleet Street at once and for ever, but he dreaded that when John Mundle found that his customer did not come back to him to redeem the pearls, that he, John Mundle, would proceed to sell them, and that then their beauty and their great worth would excite much attention, and some one might come forward who knew much more about their early history than he did.
"I must keep quiet,"
he thought.
"I must keep quiet, for although I think I was pretty well disguised, and it is not at all likely that anyone, no, not even the acute John Mundle himself, would recognize in Sweeney Todd the poor barber of Fleet Street, the nobleman who came from the Queen to borrow £8,000 upon a string of pearls, yet there is a remote possibility of danger, and should there be a disturbance about the precious stones, it is better that I should remain in obscurity until that disturbance is completely over."
This was no doubt admirable policy on the part of Todd, who, although he found himself a rich man, had not, as many people do when they make that most gratifying and interesting discovery, forgotten all the prudence and tact that had made him one of that most envied class of personages. He was some few minutes before he could get the key to turn in the lock of his street door, but at length he effected that object and disappeared from before the eyes of the Colonel and his friend into his own house, and the door was instantly again closed upon him.
"Well,"
said Colonel Jeffery,
"what do you think of that?"
"I don't know what to think, further than that our friend Todd has been out of town, as the state of his boots abundantly testifies."
"They do indeed. And he has the appearance of having been a considerable distance, for the mud that is upon his boots is not London mud."
"Certainly not. It is of a quite different character altogether. But see, he is coming out again."
Sweeney Todd strode out of his house, bareheaded now, and proceeded to take down the shutters of his shop, which, there being but 3, he accomplished in a few seconds of time, and walked in again with them in his hand, along with the iron bar which had secured them, and which he had released from the inside. This was all the ceremony that took place at the opening of Sweeney Todd's shop, and the only surprise our friends, who were at the public-house window, had upon the subject was, that having a boy, he, Todd, should condescend to make himself so useful as to open his own shop. And nothing could be seen of the lad, although the hour, surely, for his attendance must have arrived. And Todd, equally surely, was not the sort of man to be so indulgent to a boy whom he employed to make himself generally useful, as to allow him to come when all the dirty work of the early morning was over. But yet such to all appearances would seem to be the case, for presently Todd appeared with a broom in his hand, sweeping out his shop with a rapidity and a vengeance which seemed to say that he did not perform that operation with the very best grace in the world.
"Where can the boy be?"
said the captain.
"Do you know, little reason as I may really appear to have for such a supposition, I cannot help in my own mind connecting Todd's having been out of town, somehow, with the fact of that boy's non-appearance this morning."
Indeed, the coincidence is curious, for such was my own thought likewise upon the occasion, and the more I think of it, the more I feel convinced that such must be the case, and that our watch will be a fruitless one completely. Is it likely, for possible enough it is, that the villain has found out that we have been asking questions of the boy, and has thought proper to take his life?
"Do not let us go too far,"
said the captain,
"in mere conjecture. Recollect that as yet, let us suspect what we may, we know nothing, and that the mere fact of our not being able to trace Thornhill beyond the shop of this man will not be sufficient to found an accusation upon. I know all that, and I feel how very cautious we must be, and yet to my mind the whole of the circumstances have been day by day assuming a most hideous air of probability, and I look upon Todd as a murderer already."
Shall we continue our watch?
"I scarcely see its utility. Perchance we may see some proceedings which may interest us, but I have a powerful impression that we certainly shall not see the boy we want. But, at all events, the barber, you perceive, has a customer already."
As they looked across the way, they saw a well-dressed-looking man, who, from a certain air and manner in which he had, could be detected not to be a Londoner. He had rather resembled some substantial yeoman, who had come to town to pay or receive money, and as he came near to Sweeney Todd's shop, he might have been observed to stroke his chin, as if debating in his mind the necessity or otherwise of a shave. The debate, if it were taking place in his mind, ended by the eyes having it, for he walked into Todd's shop, being most unquestionably the first customer which he had had that morning. Situated as the colonel and his friend were, they could not see into Todd's shop, even if the door had been opened, but they saw that after the customer had been in for a few moments it was closed, so that, had they been close to it, all the interior of the shaving establishment would have been concealed. They felt no degree of interest in this man, who was a commonplace personage enough, who had entered Sweeney Todd's shop, but when an unreasonable time had elapsed, and he did not come out, they did begin to feel a little uneasy, and when another man went in, and was only about 5 minutes before he emerged shaved, and yet the first man did not come, they knew not what to make of it, and looked at each other for some moments in silence. At length the colonel spoke, saying,
"My friend, have we waited here for nothing now? What can have become of that man whom we saw go into the barber's shop, but who, I suppose we feel ourselves to be in a condition to take our oaths never came out?"
"I could take my oath, and what conclusion can we come to?"
"None but that he has met his death there, and that, let his fate be what it may, is the same which poor Thornhill has suffered. I can endure this no longer. Do you stay here and let me go alone."
"Not for worlds. You would rush into an unknown danger. You cannot know what may be the powers of mischief that man possesses. You shall not go alone, Colonel, you shall not indeed. But something must be done."
"Agreed. And yet that something surely need not be of the desperate character you meditate. Desperate emergencies require desperate remedies."
"Yes, as a general principle, I will agree with you there too, Colonel. And yet I think that in this case everything is to be lost by precipitation, and nothing is to be gained. We have to do with one who to all appearance is keen and subtle, and if anything is to be accomplished contrary to his wishes, it is not to be done by that open career which for its own sake, under ordinary circumstances, both you and I would gladly embrace."
"Well, well,"
said the colonel,
"I do not and will not say but what you are right."
"I know I am. I am certain I am. And now hear me. I think we have gone quite far enough unaided in this transaction, and that it is time we drew some others into the plot."
"I do not understand what you mean."
"I will soon explain. I mean that if in pursuit of this enterprise, which grows each moment to my mind more serious, anything should happen to you and me, It is absolutely frightful to think that there would then be an end of it.
True, true. And as for poor Johanna and her friend Arabella, what could they do?
Nothing, but expose themselves to great danger. Come, come now, Colonel, I am glad to see that we understand each other better about this business. You have heard, of course, of Sir Richard Blunt?
Sir Richard Blunt? Blunt? Oh, you mean the magistrate?
I do, and what I propose is that we have a private and confidential interview with him about the matter, that we make him possessed of all the circumstances, and take his advice what to do. The result of placing the affair in such hands will at all events be, that, if in anything we may attempt we may be by force or fraud overpowered, we shall not fall wholly unavenged.
Reason backs your proposition.
I knew it would when you came to reflect. Oh, Colonel Jeffery, you are too much a creature of impulse.
Well,
said the Colonel, half jestingly,
I must say that I do not think the accusation comes well from you, for I have certainly seen you do some rather impulsive things.
We won't dispute about that, but since you think with me upon the matter, you will have no objection to accompany me at once to Sir Richard Blunt's?
None in the least. On the contrary, if anything is to be done at all, for heaven's sake let it be done quickly. I am quite convinced that some fearful tragedy is in progress, and that if we are not most prompt in our measures, we shall be too late to counteract its dire influence upon the fortunes of those in whom we have become deeply interested.
Agreed, agreed. Come this way, and let us now, for a brief space at all events, leave Mr. Todd and his shop to take care of each other, while we take an effectual means of circumventing him. Why do you linger?
I do linger. Some mysterious influence seems to chain me to the spot.
Some mysterious fiddlestick. Why, you are getting superstitious, Colonel.
No, no. Well, I suppose I must come along with you. Lead the way, and believe me that it requires all my reason to induce me to give up a hope of making some important discovery by going to Sweeney Todd's shop.
Yes, you might make an important discovery, and only suppose that the discovery you did make was that he murdered some of his customers. If he does so, you may depend that such a man takes good care to do the deed effectually, and you might make the discovery just a little too late. You understand that?
I do. Come along, for I positively declare that if we see anybody else going into the barber's, I shall not be able to resist rushing forward at once and giving an alarm.
It was certainly a good thing that the Colonel's friend was not quite as enthusiastic as he was, or from what we happen actually to know of Sweeney Todd, and from what we suspect, the greatest amount of danger might have befallen Jeffery, and instead of being in a position to help others in unravelling the mysteries connected with Sweeney Todd's establishment, he might be himself past all help, and most absolutely one of the mysteries. But such was not to be. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 27. Tobias makes an attempt to escape from the madhouse. We cannot find it in our hearts to force upon the mind of the reader the terrible condition of poor Tobias. No one, certainly, of all the dramatis personae of our tale is suffering so much as he, and consequently we feel it to be a sort of duty to come to a consideration of his thoughts and feelings as he lay in that dismal cell in the madhouse on Peckham Rye. Certainly Tobias Ragg was as sane as any ordinary Christian need wish to be, when the scoundrel Sweeney Todd put him in the coach, to take him to Mr. Fogg's establishment. But if by any ingenious process the human intellect can be toppled from its throne, certainly that process must consist in putting a sane person into a lunatic asylum. To the imagination of a boy, too, and that boy one of vivid imagination, as was poor Tobias, a madhouse must be invested with a world of terrors. That enlarged experience which enables people of more advanced age to shake off much of the unreal, which seemed so strangely to take up its abode in the mind of young Tobias, had not reached him, and no wonder, therefore, that to him his present situation was one of acute and horrible misery and suffering. He lay for a long time in the gloomy dungeon-like cell into which he had been thrust, in a kind of stupor which might or might not be the actual precursor of insanity, although, certainly, the chances were all in favour of its being so. For many hours he moved neither hand nor foot, and as it was a part of the policy of Mr. Fogg to leave well alone, as he said, he never interfered, by any intrusive offers of refreshment, with the quiet or the repose of his patients. Tobias, therefore, if he had chosen to remain as still as an Indian fakir, might have died in one position, without any remonstrances from any one. It would be quite a matter of impossibility to describe the strange visionary thoughts and scenes that passed through the mind of Tobias during this period. It seemed as if his intellect was engulfed in the charmed waters of some whirlpool, and that all the different scenes and actions which, under ordinary circumstances, would have been clear and distinct, were mingled together in inextricable confusion. In the midst of all this, at length, he began to be conscious of one particular impression or feeling, and that was, that someone was singing in a low, soft voice very near to him. This feeling, strange as it was in such a place, momentarily increased in volume, until at length it began, in its intensity, to absorb almost every other, and he gradually awakened from the sort of stupor that had come over him. Yes, someone was singing. It was a female voice, he was sure of that, and as his mind became more occupied with that one subject of thought, and his perceptive faculties became properly exercised, his intellect altogether assumed a healthier tone. He could not distinguish the words that were sung, but the voice itself was very sweet and musical. As Tobias listened, he felt as if the fever of his blood was abating, and that healthier thoughts were taking the place of those disordered fancies that had held sway within the chambers of his brain.
"Oh, what sweet sounds!"
he said.
"Oh, I do hope that singing will go on. I feel happier to hear it. I do so hope it will continue. What sweet music! Oh, mother, mother, if you could but see me now!"
He pressed his hands over his eyes, but he could not stop the gush of tears that came from them, and which would trickle through his fingers. Tobias did not wish to weep, but those tears, after all the horrors of the night, did him a world of good, and he felt wonderfully better after they had been shed. Moreover, the voice continued singing without intermission.
"Who can it be?"
thought Tobias.
"I don't tire with so much of it."
Still the singer continued, but now and then Tobias felt certain that a very wild note or two was mingled with the ordinary melody, and that bred a suspicion in his mind, which gave him a shudder to think of, namely, that the singer was mad.
"It must be so,"
he said.
"No one in their senses could or would continue to sing for so long a period of time strange snatches of song. Alas, alas! This is someone who is really mad, and confined for life in this dreadful place. For life, do I say? And I am not too confined for life here. Oh, help, help, help!"
Tobias called out in so loud a tone that the singer of the sweet strains that had for a time lulled him to composure heard him, and the strains, which had before been redolent of the softest and sweetest melody, suddenly changed to the most terrific shrieks imaginable. In vain did Tobias place his hands over his ears to shut out the horrible sounds. They would not be shut out, but ran, as it were, into every crevice of his brain, nearly driving him distracted by their vehemence. But hoarser tones came upon his ears, and he heard the loud, rough voice of a man say,
"What, do you want the whip so early this morning? The whip, do you understand that?"
These words were followed by the lashing of what must have been a heavy carter's whip, and then the shrieks died away in deep groans, every one of which went to the heart of poor Tobias.
"I can never live amid all these horrors,"
he said.
"Oh, why don't they kill me at once? It would be much better, much more merciful. I can never live long here. Help, help, help!"
When he shouted this word, help, it was certainly not with the most distant idea of getting any help, but it was a word that came at once uppermost to his tongue, and so he called it out with all his might, that he should attract the attention of someone, for the solitude and the almost total darkness of the place he was in were beginning to fill him with new dismay. There was a faint light in the cell, which made him know the difference between day and night. But where that faint light came from he could not tell, for he could see no grating or opening whatever, but yet it was in consequence of his eyes not being fully accustomed to the obscurity of the place. Otherwise he would have seen that close up to the roof there was a narrow aperture, certainly not larger than anyone could have passed a hand through, although of some 4 or 5 feet in length, and from a passage beyond that there came the dim, borrowed light which made darkness visible in Tobias's cell. With a kind of desperation, heedless of what might be the result, Tobias continued to call aloud for help, and after about a quarter of an hour he heard the sound of a heavy footstep. Someone was coming. Yes, surely someone was coming, and he was not to be left to starve to death. Oh, how intently he now listened to every sound, indicative of the nearer approach of whoever it was who was coming to his prison-house. Now he heard the lock move, and a heavy bar of iron was let down with a clanging sound.
"Help! Help!
He cried again.
Help! Help!"
For he feared that whoever it was might even yet go away again, after making so much progress to get at him. The cell door was flung open, and the first intimation that poor Tobias got of the fact of his cries having been heard consisted in a lash with a whip which, if it had struck him as fully as it was intended to do, would have done him serious injury.
"So, do you want it already?"
said the same voice he had heard before.
"Oh no! Mercy, mercy!"
said Tobias.
"Oh, that's it now, is it? I tell you what it is. If we have any more disturbance here, this is the persuader to silence that we always use. What do you think of that as an argument, eh?"
As he spoke, the man gave the whip a loud smack in the air, and confirmed the truth of the argument by reducing poor Tobias to absolute silence. Indeed, the boy trembled so that he could not speak.
"Well, now, my man,"
added the fellow,
"I think we understand each other. What do you want?"
"Oh, let me go!
said Tobias.
Let me go! I will tell nothing! Say to Mr. Todd that I will do what he pleases, and tell nothing. Only let me go out of this dreadful place. Mercy upon me, I'm not at all mad. Indeed, I am not."
The man closed the door as he whistled a lively tune. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 28. A Madhouse Yard, Tobias's New Friend. This sudden retreat of the man was unexpected by Tobias, who at least thought it was the practice to feed people, even if they were confined to such a place. But the unceremonious departure of the keeper, without so much as mentioning anything about breakfast, began to make Tobias think that the plan by which he was to be got rid of was starvation. And yet that was impossible, for how easy it was to kill him if they felt so disposed. "Oh, no, no," he repeated to himself, "surely they will not starve me to death." As he uttered these words, he heard the plaintive singing commence again, and he could not help thinking that it sounded like some requiem for the dead, and that it was a sort of signal that his hours were numbered. Despair again began to take possession of him, and despite the savage threats of the keeper, he would again have called loudly for help, had he not become conscious that there were footsteps close at hand. By dint of listening most intently, he heard a number of doors opened and shut, and sometimes when one was opened there was a shriek and the lashing of whips, which very soon succeeded in drowning all other noises. It occurred to Tobias, and correctly too, for such was the fact, that the inmates of that most horrible abode were living like so many wild beasts, in cages fed. Then he thought how strange it was that even for any amount of money human beings could be got to do the work of such an establishment, and by the time Tobias had made this reflection to himself, his own door was once more opened upon its rusty hinges. There was the flash of a light, and then a man came in with a water-can in his hand, to which there was a long spout, and this he placed to the mouth of Tobias, who, fearing that if he did not drink then, he might be a long time without, swallowed some not so over-savoury ditch-water, as it seemed to him, which was thus brought to him. A coarse, brown-looking, hard loaf was then thrown at his feet, and the party was about to leave his cell, but he could not forbear speaking, and, in a voice of the most supplicating earnestness, he said,
"Oh, do not keep me here. Let me go. I will say nothing of Todd. I will go to sea at once if you let me out of this place. Indeed I will. But I shall go really mad here."
Good that, Watson, ain't it?
said Mr. Fogg, who was of the party.
Very good, sir. Lord bless you, the cunning of 'em is beyond anything in this world, sir. You'd be surprised at what they say to me sometimes.
"But I am not mad. Indeed I am not mad,"
cried Tobias.
Oh,
said Fogg.
It's a bad case, I'm afraid. The strongest proof of insanity, in my opinion, Watson, is the constant reiteration of the statement that he is not mad on the part of a lunatic. Don't you think so, Watson?
Of course, sir, of course.
I thought you would be of that opinion. But I suppose, as this is a mere lad, we may do without chaining him up. Besides, you know that today is inspection day, when we get an old fool of a superannuated physician to make us a visit.
Yes, sir.
said Watson, with a grin.
And a report that is all well conducted.
Exactly. Who shall we have this time, do you think? I always give a 10-guinea fee.
Why, sir, there's old Dr. Popplejoy. He's 84 years old, they say, and sandblind. He'll take it as a great compliment, he will, and no doubt we can humbug him easily.
I dare say we may. I'll see to it, and we will have him at 12 o'clock, Watson. You will take care to have everything ready, of course, you know. Make all the usual preparations.
Tobias was astonished that before him they chose thus to speak so freely, but despairing as he was, he little knew how completely he was in the power of Mr. Fogg, and how utterly he was shut out from all human sympathy. Tobias said nothing, but he could not help thinking that however old and stupid the physician whom they mentioned might be, surely there was a hope that he would be able to discover Tobias's perfect sanity. But the wily Mr. Fogg knew perfectly well what he was about, and when he retired to his own room, he wrote the following note to Dr. Popplejoy, who was a retired physician, who had purchased a country house in the neighbourhood. The note will speak for itself, being as fine a specimen of hypocrisy as we can ever expect to lay before our readers.
The Asylum, Peckham. Sir, probably you may recognise my name as that of the keeper of a lunatic asylum in this neighbourhood. Consistent with a due regard for the safety of that most unhappy class of the community submitted to my care, I am most anxious, with the blessing of divine providence, to ameliorate as far as possible, by kindness, that most shocking of all calamities, insanity. Once a year it is my custom to call in some experienced, able, and enlightened physician to see my patients. I enclose a fee. A physician that has nothing to do with the establishment, and therefore cannot be biased. If you, sir, would do me the favour, at about 12 o'clock today, to make a short visit of inspection, I shall esteem it a great honour as well as a great favour. Believe me to be, sir, with the most profound respect, your most obedient and humble servant. To Dr. Popplejoy, N.C. O. D. Fogg.
This note, as might be expected, brought old, purblind, superannuated Dr. Popplejoy to the asylum, and Mr. Fogg received him in due form, and with great gravity, saying, almost with tears in his eyes,
My dear sir, the whole aim of my existence now is to endeavour to soften the rigours of the necessary confinement of the insane, and I wish this inspection of my establishment to be made by you, in order that I may thus, for a time, stand clear with the world. With my own conscience I am of course always clear, and if your report be satisfactory about the treatment of the unhappy persons I have here, not the slightest breath of slander can touch me.
Oh, yes, yes,
said the garrulous old physician.
Very good. Oh, yes. I have a slight cough.
A very slight one, sir. Will you first of all take a look at one of the sleeping chambers of the insane?
The doctor agreed, and Mr. Fogg led him into a very comfortable sleeping room, which the old gentleman declared was very satisfactory indeed, and when they returned to the apartment in which they had already been, Mr. Fogg said,
Well then, sir, all we have to do is bring in the patients one by one to you as fast as we can, so as not to occupy more of your valuable time than necessary. And any questions you may ask will no doubt be answered, and I, being by, can give you the heads of any case that may excite your especial notice."
The old man was placed in a chair of state, reposing on some very comfortable cushions, and, take him altogether, he was so pleased with the 10 guineas and the flattery of Mr. Fogg, for nobody had given him a fee for the last 15 years, that he was quite ready to be the foolish tool of the madhouse keeper in almost any way that he chose to dictate to him. We need not pursue the examination of the various unfortunates who were brought before old Dr. Popplejoy. It will suffice for us if we carry the reader through the examination of Tobias, who is our principal care, without, at the same time, detracting from the genial sympathy which we must feel for all who, at that time, were subject to the tender mercies of Mr. Fogg. At about 12:30 the door of Tobias's cell was opened by Mr. Watson, who, walking in, laid hold of the boy by the collar, and said,
"Hark you, my lad, you're going before a physician, and the less you say the better. I speak to you for your own sake. You can do yourself no good, but you can do yourself a great deal of harm. You know we keep a cart whip here. Come along."
Tobias said not a word in answer to this piece of gratuitous advice, but he made up his mind that if the physician was not absolutely deaf, he should hear him. Before, however, the unhappy boy was taken into the room where old Dr. Popplejoy was waiting, he was washed and brushed down generally, so that he presented a much more respectable appearance than he would have done had he been ushered in his soiled state, as he was taken from the dirty madhouse cell.
Surely,
thought Tobias,
the extent of cold impudence can go no further than this. But I will speak to the physician, if my life should be sacrificed in doing so. Yes, of that I am determined.
In another minute he was in the room, face to face with Mr. Fogg and Dr. Popplejoy.
What?
coughed the old doctor.
A boy, Mr. Fogg, a mere boy. Dear me, my cough is a little troublesome, I think, today.
"Yes, sir,"
said Mr. Fogg, with a deep sigh, and making a pretence to dash a tear from his eye.
"Here you have a mere boy. I am always affected when I look upon him, Doctor. We were boys ourselves once, you know, and to think that the divine spark of intelligence has gone out in one so young is enough to make any feeling heart throb with agony. This lad, though, sir, is only a monomaniac. He has a fancy that someone named Sweeney Todd is a murderer, and that he has discovered his bad practices. On all other subjects he is sane enough, but upon that, and upon his presumed freedom from mental derangement, he is furious."
It is false, sir. It is false,
said Tobias, stepping up.
Oh, sir, if you are not one of the creatures of this horrible place, I beg that you will hear me, and that justice be done.
Oh, yes, of course,
Sir, I am not mad, but I am placed here because I have become dangerous to the safety of criminal persons.
Oh, indeed. Oh, yes.
I am a poor lad, sir, but I hate wickedness. Because I found out that Sweeney Todd is a murderer, I am placed here.
"You hear him, sir,"
said Fogg.
"Just as I said."
Oh, yes. Who is Sweeney Todd, Mr. Fogg?
"Oh, sir, there is no such person in the world."
I thought as much. A sad case, a very sad case indeed. Become my little lad, and Mr. Fogg will do all that can be done for you, I'm sure.
Oh, how can you be as foolish, sir,
cried Tobias,
as to be deceived by that man who is making a mere instrument of you to cover his own villainy? What I say to you is true, and I am not mad.
"I think, Dr. Popplejoy,"
said Fogg, with a smile,
"it would take rather a cleverer fellow than I am to make a fool of you. But you perceive, sir, that in a little while the boy would get quite furious, that he would. Shall I take him away?"
Yes, poor fellow.
Hear me, oh, hear me,
shrieked Tobias.
Sir, on your deathbed you may repent this day's work. I am not mad. Sweeney Todd is a murderer. He is a barber in Fleet Street. I am not mad.
"It's melancholy, sir, is it not?"
said Fogg, as again he made an effort to wipe away a tear from his eye.
"It's very melancholy."
Oh, very, very.
"Watson, take away poor Tobias Ragg, but take him very gently, and stay with him a little in his nice comfortable room, and try to soothe him. Speak to him of his mother, Watson, and get him round if you can. Alas, poor child, my heart quite bleeds to see him. I am not fit exactly for this life, Doctor. I ought to be made of sterner stuff, indeed I ought.
Well, said Mr. Watson, as he saluted poor Tobias with a furious kick outside the door,
what a deal of good you have done.
The boy's patience was exhausted. He had borne all that he could bear, and this last insult maddened him. He turned with the quickness of thought and sprang at Mr. Watson's throat. So sudden was that attack, and so completely unprepared for it was that gentleman, that down he fell in the passage, with such a blow of his head against the stone floor that he was nearly insensible, and before anybody could get to his assistance, Tobias had pummeled and clawed his face, and there was scarcely a feature discernible, and one of his eyes seemed to be in fearful jeopardy. The noise of this assault soon brought Mr. Fogg to the spot, as well as old Dr. Popplejoy, and the former tore Tobias from his victim, whom he seemed intent upon murdering. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 29. The Consultation of Colonel Jeffery with the Magistrate. The advice which his friend had given to Colonel Jeffery was certainly the very best that could have been tendered to him, and, under the whole of these circumstances, it would have been something little short of absolute folly to have ventured into the shop of Sweeney Todd without previously taking every possible precaution to ensure the safety of so doing. Sir Richard was within when they reached his house, and, with the acuteness of a man of business, he at once entered into the affair. As the colonel, who was the spokesman in it, proceeded, it was evident that the magistrate had become deeply interested, and when Jeffery concluded by saying,
"You will thus at all events perceive that there is a great mystery somewhere,"
he replied,
"And guilt, I should say."
"You are of that opinion, Sir Richard?"
"I am, most decidedly."
"Then what would you propose to do? Believe me, I do not ask out of any idle curiosity, but from a firm faith that what you set about will be accomplished in a satisfactory manner."
"Why, in the first place, I shall certainly go and get shaved at Todd's shop."
"You will venture that?"
"Oh, yes, but do not fancy that I am so headstrong and foolish as to run any unnecessary risks in the matter. I shall do no such thing. You may be assured that I will do all in my power to provide for my own safety. And if I did not think I could do that most effectually, I should not be at all in love with the adventure, but, on the contrary, carefully avoid it to the best of my ability. We have before heard something of Mr. Todd."
"Indeed, and of a criminal character?"
"Yes. A lady once in the street took a fancy to a pair of shoe buckles in imitation diamonds that Todd had on. When he was going to some city entertainment, she screamed out and declared that they had belonged to her husband, who had gone out one morning from his house in Fetter Lane to get himself shaved. The case came before me, but the buckles were of too common a kind to enable the lady to persevere in her statement, and Todd, who preserved the most imperturbable coolness throughout the affair, was of course discharged."
"But the matter left a suspicion upon your mind?"
"It did, and more than once I have resolved in my own mind what means could be adopted of coming at the truth. Other affairs, however, of more immediate urgency, have occupied me, but the circumstances you detail revive all my former feelings upon the subject, and I shall now feel that the matter has come before me in a shape to merit immediate attention."
This was gratifying to Colonel Jeffery, because it not only took a great weight off his shoulders, but it led him to think, from the well-known tact of the magistrate, that something would be accomplished, and that very shortly too, towards unravelling the secret that had as yet only appeared to be more complicated and intricate the more it was inquired into. He made the warmest acknowledgments to the magistrate for the courtesy of his reception, and then took his leave. As soon as the magistrate was alone, he rang a small hand-bell that was upon the table, and the summons was answered by a man to whom he said,
"Is Crochet here?"
"Yes, your worship."
"Then tell him I want him at once, will you?"
The messenger retired, but he presently returned, bringing with him about as rough a specimen of humanity as the world could have produced. He was tall and stout, and his face looked as if, by repeated injuries, it had been knocked all out of shape, for the features were most strangely jumbled together, indeed, and an obliquity of vision, which rendered it always a matter of doubt who and what he was looking at, by no means added to his personal charms.
"Sit down, Crochet,"
said the magistrate,
"and listen to me without a word of interruption."
If Mr. Cratchit had no other good quality on earth, he still had that of listening most attentively, and he never opened his mouth while the magistrate related to him what had just formed the subject matter of Mr. Jeffrey's communication. Indeed, Cratchit seemed to be looking out of the window all the while, but then Sir Richard knew the little peculiarities of his visual organs. When he had concluded his statement, Sir Richard said,
"Well, Crochet, what do you think of all that? What does Sweeney Todd do with his customers?"
Mr. Cratchit gave a singular and peculiar kind of grin as he said, still looking apparently out of the window, although his eyes were really fixed upon the magistrate,
"He smugs 'em."
"What?"
"Uses 'em up, your worship. It's as clear to me as mud in a wine-glass, that is. Lord bless you, I've been thinking he does that sort of thing a deuce of a while, but I didn't like to interfere too soon, you see."
"What do you advise, Crochet? I know I can trust your sagacity in such a case."
"Why, your worship, I'll think it over a bit in the course of the day, and let your worship know what I think. It's an awkward job, rather, for a variety of reasons. But howsoever, there's always a something to be done, and if we don't do it, I'll be hung if I know who can, that's all."
"True, you are right there, and perhaps before you see me again, you will walk down Fleet Street, and see if you can make any observation that will be of advantage in the matter. It is an affair which requires great caution indeed."
"Trust me, your worship. I'll do it, no mistake. Lord bless you, it's easy for anybody now to go lounging about Fleet Street, without being taken much notice of, for the fact is, the whole place is agog about the horrid smell as been for never so long in the old church of St. Dunstan."
Smell in St. Dunstan's church? I never heard of that before, Crochet."
"Oh, Lord, yes. It's enough to poison the devil himself, Sir Richard, and t'other day, when the blessed bishop went to firm a lot of people, he as good as told 'em they might all be damned first afore he firmed nobody in such a place."
The magistrate was in deep thought for a few minutes. Then he said suddenly,
Well, Crochet, you turn the matter over in your mind, and see what you can make of it. I will think it over likewise. Do you hear? Mind you are with me at 6 this evening punctually. I do not intend to let the matter rest, you may depend, but from that moment will give it my greatest attention."
"Very good, your worship, very good indeed. I'll be here, and something seems to strike me uncommon forcible, that we shall unearth this very soon, your worship."
"I sincerely hope so."
Mr. Cratchit took his leave, and when he was alone the magistrate rose and paced his apartment for some time with rapid strides, as if he were much agitated by the reflections that were passing through his mind. At length he flung himself into a chair with something like a groan, and said,
"A horrible idea forces itself upon my consideration. Most horrible, most horrible, most horrible! Well, we shall see, It may not be so. And yet, what a hideous probability stares me in the face! I will go down at once to St. Dunstan's, and see what they are really about. Yes, I shall not get much sleep, I think now, until some of these mysteries are developed. A most horrible idea, truly."
The magistrate left some directions at home concerning some business calls which he fully expected in the course of the next 2 hours, and then he put on a plain, sad-coloured cloak and a hat destitute of all ornament, and left his house with a rapid step. He took the most direct route towards St. Dunstan's church, and finding the door of the sacred edifice yielded to the touch, he at once entered it. But he had not advanced many steps before he was met and accosted by the beadle, who said, in a tone of great dignity and authority,
"This ain't Sunday, sir. There ain't no service here today."
"I don't suppose there is,"
replied the magistrate.
"But I see you have workmen here. What is it you are about?"
All the impudence that I ever came near. This is the worstest. To ask a beadle what he is about. I beg to say, sir, this here is quite private, and there's the door.
Yes, I see it, and you may go out at it just as soon as you think proper.
Oh, convulsions. Oh, convulsions. This too a beadle.
What is all this about? Said a gentlemanly-looking man, stepping forward from a part of the church where several masons were employed in raising some of the huge flagstones with which it was paved. What disturbance is this?
I believe, Mr. Antrobus, you know me,
said the magistrate. Oh, Sir Richard, certainly. How do you do?
Gracious,
said the beadle.
I put my blessed foot in it. Lord bless us, sir. How should I know as you were Sir Richard? I begs as you won't think nothing of what I said. If I had knowed you, of course I shouldn't have said it. You may depend, Sir Richard. I humbly begs your pardon.
It's of no consequence. I ought to have announced myself, and you are perfectly justified in keeping strangers out of the church, my friend.
The magistrate walked up the aisle with Mr. Antrobus, who was one of the churchwardens, and as he did so, he said in a low, confidential tone of voice,
I have heard some strange reports about a terrible stench in the church. What does it mean? I suppose you know all about it, and what it arises from?
Indeed, I do not. If you have heard that there is a horrible smell in the church after it has been shut up some time, and on the least change in the weather, from dry to wet, or cold to warm, you know as much as we do upon the subject. It is a most serious nuisance, and, in fact, my presence here to-day is to try and make some discovery of the cause of the stench. And you see we are going to work our way into some of the old vaults that have not been opened for some time, with a hope of finding out the cause of this disagreeable odour.
Have you any objection to my being a spectator?
None in the least.
I thank you. Let us now join the workmen, and I can only tell you that I feel the strongest possible curiosity to ascertain what can be the meaning of all this, and shall watch the proceedings with the greatest amount of interest.
Come along, then. I can only say, for my part, that, as an individual, I am glad you are here, and as a magistrate, likewise, it gives me great satisfaction to have you. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 30. Tobias's Escape from Mr. Fogg's Establishment. The rage into which Mr. Fogg was thrown by the attack which the desperate Tobias had made upon his representative, Mr. Watson, was so great that, had it not been for the presence of stupid old Dr. Popenjoy in the house, no doubt he would have taken some most exemplary revenge upon him. As it was, however, Tobias was thrown into his cell with the promise of vengeance as soon as the coast was clear. These were the kind of promises which Mr. Fogg was pretty sure to keep, and when the first impulse of his passion had passed away, poor Tobias, as well indeed he might, gave himself up to despair.
Now all is over,
he said.
I shall be half murdered. Oh, why do they not kill me at once? There would be some mercy in that. Come and murder me at once, you wretches. You villains, come and murder me at once.
In his new excitement, he rushed to the door of the cell, and banged it with his fists, when to his surprise it opened, and he found himself nearly falling into the stone corridor from which the various cell doors opened. It was evident that Mr. Watson thought he had locked him in, for the bolt of the lock was shot back, but had missed its hold, a circumstance probably arising from the state of rage and confusion Mr. Watson was in, as a consequence of Tobias's daring attack upon him. It almost seemed to the boy as if he had already made some advance toward his freedom, when he found himself in the narrow passage beyond his cell door, but his heart for some minutes beat so tumultuously with the throng of blissful associations connected with freedom that it was quite impossible for him to proceed. A slight noise, however, in another part of the building roused him, and he felt that it was only now by great coolness and self-possession, as well as great courage, that he could at all hope to turn to account the fortunate incident which had enabled him, at all events, to make that first step towards liberty.
"Oh, if I could but get out of this dreadful place!"
he thought.
"If I could but once again breathe the pure fresh air of heaven, and see the deep blue sky, I think I should ask for no other blessings."
Never do the charms of nature present themselves to the imagination in more lovely guise than when someone with an imagination full of such beauties, and a mind to appreciate the glories of the world, is shut up from real, actual contemplation. To Tobias now the thought of green fields, sunshine, and flowers was at once rapture and agony.
"I must,"
he said.
"I must. I will be free."
A thorough determination to do anything, we are well convinced, always goes a long way towards its accomplishment, and certainly Tobias now would cheerfully have faced death in any shape, rather than he would again have been condemned to the solitary horrors of the cell from which he had by such a chance got free. He conjectured that the stupid old Dr. Popplejoy had not left the house by the usual quiet that reigned in it, and he began to wonder if, while that quiet subsisted, there was the remotest chance of his getting into the garden, and then scaling the wall, and so reaching the open common. While this thought was establishing itself in his mind, and he was thinking that he would pursue the passage in which he was until he saw where it led to, he heard the sound of footsteps and shrank back. For a few seconds they appeared as if they were approaching where he was, and he began to dread that the cell would be searched, and his absence discovered, in which there would be no chance for him but death. Suddenly, however, the approaching footsteps paused, and then he heard a door banged shut. It was still, even now, some minutes before Tobias could bring himself to traverse the passage again, and when he did, it was with a slow and stealthy step. He had not, however, gone above 30 paces, when he heard the indistinct murmur of voices, and being guided by the sound, he paused at a door on his right hand, which he thought must be the one he had heard closed but a few minutes previously. It was from the interior of the room which that was the door of, that the sound of voices came, and as it was a matter of the very first importance to Tobias to ascertain in what part of the house his enemies were, he placed his ear against the panel and listened attentively. He recognized both the voices. They were those of Watson and Fogg. It was a very doubtful and ticklish situation that poor Tobias was now in, but it was wonderful how, by dint of strong resolution, he had stilled the beating of his heart and the general nervousness of his disposition. There was but a frail door between him and his enemies, and yet he stood profoundly still and listened. Mr. Fogg was speaking.
"You quite understand me, Watson. I think,"
he said,
"as concerns that little viper Tobias Ragg, he is too cunning and much too dangerous to live long. He almost staggered old superannuated Popplejoy."
"Oh, confound him,"
replied Watson.
"And he quite staggered me."
"Why, certainly your face is rather scratched."
"Yes, the little devil. But it's all in the way of business that, Mr. Fogg, and you never heard me grumble at such little matters yet. I'll be bound you never will, that's more."
"I give you credit for that, Watson. But between you and I think the disease of that boy is of a nature that will carry him off very suddenly."
"I think so too,"
said Watson, with a chuckle.
"It strikes me forcibly that he will be found dead in his bed some morning, and I should not in the least wonder if that was tomorrow morning. What's your opinion, Watson?"
"Oh, damn it, what's the use of all this roundabout nonsense between us? The boy is to die, and there's an end of it, and die he shall during the night. I owe him a personal grudge, of course now."
"Of course you do. He has disfigured you."
"Has he? Well, I can return the compliment, and I say, Mr. Fogg, my opinion is that it's very dangerous having these medical inspections you have such a fancy for."
"My dear fellow, it is dangerous. That I know as well as you can tell me. But it is from that danger we gather safety. If anything in the shape of a disturbance should arise about any patient, you don't know of what vast importance a report from such a man as old Dr. Popplejoy might be."
"Well, well, have it your own way. I shall not go near Master Tobias for the whole day, and see what starvation and solitude does towards taming him down a bit."
"As you please, but it is time you went your regular rounds."
"Yes, of course."
Tobias heard Watson rise. The crisis was a serious one. His eye fell upon a bolt that was outside the door, and, with the quickness of thought, he shot it into its socket, and then made his way down the passage towards his cell, the door of which he shut close. His next movement was to run to the end of the passage and descend some stairs. A door opposed him, but a push opened it, and he found himself in a small, dimly lighted room, in one corner of which, upon a heap of straw, lay a woman, apparently sleeping. The noise which Tobias made in entering the cell, for such it was, roused her up, and she said,
"Oh, no, no, not the lash, not the lash. I am quiet. God, how quiet I am, although the heart within is breaking. Have mercy upon me."
"Have mercy upon me,"
said Tobias,
"and hide me if you can."
"Hide you? Hide you? God of heavens, who are you?"
"A poor victim, one who has escaped from one of the cells, and I—"
"Hush,"
said the woman, and she made Tobias shrink down in the corner of the cell, cleverly covering him up with the straw, and then lying down herself in such a position that he was completely screened. The precaution was not taken a moment too soon, for by the time it was completed, Watson had burst open the door of the room which Tobias had bolted, and stood in the narrow passage.
"How the devil,"
he said,
"came that door shut, I wonder?"
"Oh, save me!"
whispered Tobias.
"Hush, hush. He will only look in,"
was the answer.
"You are safe. I have been only waiting for someone who could assist me in order to attempt an escape. You must remain here until night, and then I will show you how it may be done. Hush! He comes."
Watson did come, and looked into the cell, muttering an oath as he said,
"Oh, you have enough bread and water till tomorrow morning, I should say, so you need not expect to see me again till then."
"Oh, we are saved. We shall escape,"
said the poor creature, after Watson had been gone some minutes.
"Do you think so?"
"Yes, yes. Oh, boy, I do not know what brought you here, but if you have suffered 1/10th part of the cruelty and oppression I have suffered, you are indeed to be pitied."
"If we are to stay here,"
said Tobias,
"till night, before making any attempt to escape, it will perhaps ease your mind and beguile the time, if you were to tell me how you came here."
"God knows. It might. It might."
Tobias was very urgent upon the poor creature to tell her story, to beguile the tedium of the time of waiting, and after some amount of persuasion she consented to do so. The madwoman's tale.
"You shall now hear,"
she said to Tobias,
"if you will listen, such a catalogue of wrongs, unredressed and still enduring, that would indeed drive any human being mad. But I have been able to preserve so much of my mental faculties as will enable me to recollect and understand the many acts of cruelty and injustice I have endured here for many a long and weary day. My persecutions began when I was very young, so young that I could not comprehend their cause, and used to wonder why I should be treated with greater rigour or with greater cruelty than people used to treat those who were really disobedient and wayward children. I was scarcely 7 years old when a maiden aunt died. She was the only person whom I remember as being uniformly kind to me, though I can only remember her indistinctly. Yet I know she was kind to me. I know also I used to visit her, and she used to look upon me as her favourite, for I used to sit at her feet upon a stool, watching her as she sat amusing herself by embroidering, silent and motionless sometimes, and then I asked her some questions, which she answered. This is the chief feature of my recollection of my aunt. She soon after died. But while she lived I had no unkindness from anybody. It was only after that I felt the cruelty and coldness of my family. It appeared that I was a favourite with my aunt above all others, whether in our family or any other. She loved me, and promised that when she died she would leave me provided for, and that I should not be dependent upon any one. Well, I was, from the day after the funeral, an altered being. I was neglected, and no one paid any attention to me whatsoever. I was thrust about, and nobody appeared to care even if I had the necessaries of life. Such a change I could not understand. I could not believe the evidence of my own senses. I thought it must be something that I did not understand. Perhaps my poor aunt's death had caused this distress and alteration in people's demeanour to me. However, I was a child, and though I was quick enough at noting all this, yet I was too young to feel acutely the conduct of my friends. My father and mother were careless of me, and let me run where I would. They cared not when I was hurt, they cared not when I was in danger. Come what would, I was left to take my chance. I recollect one day when I had fallen from the top to the bottom of some stairs, and hurt myself very much, but no one comforted me. I was thrust out of the drawing room because I cried. I then went to the top of the stairs, where I sat weeping bitterly for some time. At length an old servant came out of one of the attics and said,
"Oh, Miss Mary, what has happened to you, that you sit crying so bitterly on the stair-head? Come in here."
I arose and went into the attic with her, when she set me on a chair and busied herself with my bruises, and said to me,
"Now tell me, what are you crying about, and why did they turn you out of the drawing-room? Tell me now."
"Aye," said I, "they turned me out because I cried when I was hurt. I fell all the way downstairs, but they don't mind."
"No, they do not. And yet in many families they would have taken more care of you than they do here."
"And why do you think they would have done so?" I inquired.
"Don't you know what good fortune has lately fallen into your lap? I thought you knew all about it."
"I don't know anything, save they are very unkind to me lately."
"They have been very unkind to you, child, and I am sure I don't know why, nor can I tell you why they have not told you of your fortune."
"My fortune?" said I. "What fortune?"
"Why, don't you know that when your poor aunt died, you were her favorite?"
"I know my aunt loved me," I said. "She loved me and was kind to me, but since she has been dead, nobody cares for me."
"Well, my child, she has left a will behind her, which says that all her fortune shall be yours. When you are old enough, you shall have all her fine things. You shall have all her money and her house."
"Indeed?" said I. "Who told you so?"
"Oh, I have heard it from those who were present at the reading of the will, that you were, when you are old enough, to have it all. Think what a great lady you will be then. You will have servants of your own."
"I don't think I shall live till then."
"Oh, yes, you will. Or, at least, I hope so."
"And if I should not, what will become of all those fine things that you have told me of? Who will have them?"
"Why, if you do not live till you are of age, your fortune will go to your father and mother, who take all."
"Then they would sooner I die than live."
"What makes you think so?"
she inquired. "Why," said I, "they don't care anything for me now, and they would have my fortune if I were dead. So they don't want me."
"Ah, my child,"
said the old woman,
"I have thought of that more than once, and now you can see it. I believe that it will be so. There has many a word been spoken truly enough by a child before now, and I am sure you are right. But do you be a good child, and be careful of yourself, and you will always find that Providence will keep you out of any trouble."
"I hope so," I said.
"And be sure you don't say who told you about this."
"Why not?" I inquired. "Why may I not tell who told me about it?"
"Because,"
she replied,
"if it were known that I told you anything about it, as you have not been told by them, they may discharge me, and I should be turned out."
"I will not do that," I replied. "They shall not learn who told me, though I should like to hear them say the same thing."
"You may hear them do so one of these days,"
she replied.
"If you are not impatient, it will come out one of these days. 2 may know of it."
"More than my father and mother?"
"Yes, more. Several."
No more was said then about the matter, but I treasured it up in my mind. I resolved that I would act differently, and not have anything to do with them. That is, I would not be more in their sight than I could help. I would not be in their sight at all, save at meal times, and when there was any company, there I always appeared. I cannot tell why, but I think it was because I sometimes attracted the attention of others, and I hoped to be able to hear something respecting my fortune, and in the end I succeeded in doing so, and then I was satisfied. Not that it made any alteration in my conduct, but I felt I was entitled to a fortune. How such an impression became imprinted upon a girl of 8 years old, I know not, but it took hold of me, and I had some kind of notion that I was entitled to more consideration than I was treated to. "Mother," said I one day to her.
"Well, Mary, what do you want to tease me about now?"
"Didn't Mrs. Carter the other day say my aunt left me a fortune?"
"What is the child dreaming about?"
said my mother.
"Do you know what you are talking about, child? You can't comprehend."
"I don't know, mother, but you said it was so to Mrs. Carter."
"Well, then what if I did, child?"
"Why, you must have told the truth or a falsehood."
Well, Miss Impudence, I told the truth, what then?
Why then, I am to have a fortune when I grow up. That's all I mean, mother. And then people will take care of me. I shall not be forgotten, but everything will be done for me, and I shall be thought of first. My mother looked at me very hard for a moment or two, and then, as if she was actuated by remorse, she made an attempt to speak, but checked herself, and then anger came to her aid, and she said,
Upon my word, miss, what thoughts have you taken into your fancy now? I suppose we shall be compelled to be so many servants to you. I am sure you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you ought indeed.
I didn't know I had done wrong, I said.
Hold your tongue, will you, or I shall be obliged to flog you,
said my mother, giving me a sound box on the ears that threw me down.
Now hold your tongue and go upstairs, and give me no more insolence.
I arose and went upstairs, sobbing as if my heart would break. I can recollect how many bitter hours I spent there, crying by myself, how many tears I shed upon this matter, and how I compared myself to other children, and how much my situation was worse than theirs, by a great deal. They, I thought, had their companions. They had their hours of play. But what companions had I, and what had I in the way of relaxation? What had I to do save to pine over the past and present and the future? My infantile thoughts and hours were alike occupied by the sad reflections that belonged to a more mature age than mine, and yet I was so. Days, weeks, and months passed on. There was no change, and I grew apace. But I was always regarded by my family with dislike, and always neglected. I could not account for it in any way, then they wished me dead. It may appear dreadful, very dreadful indeed, but what else was I to think? The old servant's words came upon my mind full of their meaning. If I died before I was 21, they would have all my aunt's money. They wish me to die, I thought. They wish me to die, and I shall die. I am sure I shall die. But they will kill me. They have tried it by neglecting me and making me sad. What can I do? What can I do? These thoughts were the current matter of my mind, and how often do they recur to my recollection now that I am in this dull, dreadful place. I can never forget the past. I am here because I have rights elsewhere, which others can enjoy, and do enjoy. However, that is an old evil. I have thus suffered long. But to return. After a year had gone by, 2, I think, must have passed over my head before I met with anything that was at all calculated to injure me. I must have been nearly 10 years old when one evening I had no sooner got into bed than I found I had been put into damp, I may say wet sheets. They were so damp that I could not doubt but this was done on purpose. I am sure no negligence ever came to anything so positive and so abominable in all my life. I got out of bed and took them off, and then wrapped myself up in the blankets and slept till morning, without wakening anyone. When morning came, I inquired who put the sheets there.
What do you mean, minx?
Said my mother. Only that somebody was bad and wicked enough to put positively wet sheets in the bed. It could not have been done through carelessness. It must have been done through sheer wilfulness. I am quite convinced of that.
You will get yourself well thrashed if you talk like that,
said my mother.
The sheets are not damp. There are none in the house that are damp.
These are wet. This reply brought her hand down heavily upon my shoulder, and I was forced upon my knees. I could not help myself, so violent was the blow.
There,
added my mother.
Take that, and answer me if you dare.
As she said this, she struck me to the ground, and my head came into violent contact with the table, and I was rendered insensible. How long I continued so I cannot tell. What I first saw when I awoke was the dreariness of the attics into which I had been thrust, and thrown upon a small bed without any furniture. I looked around and saw nothing that indicated comfort, and upon looking at my clothes there were traces of blood. This, I had no doubt, came from myself. I was hurt, and upon putting my hand to my head found that I was much hurt, as my head was bound up. At that moment the door was opened, and the old servant came in.
"Well, Miss Mary,"
she said,
"and so you have come round again. I really began to be afraid you were killed. What a fall you must have had."
"Fall?" said I. "Who said it was a fall?"
"They told me so."
"I was struck down."
"Struck, Miss Mary? Who could strike you? And what did you do to deserve such a severe chastisement? Who did it?"
"I spoke to my mother about the wet sheets."
"Ah, what a mercy you were not killed. If you had slept in them, your life would not have been worth a farthing. You would have caught cold, and you would have died of inflammation, I am sure of it. If anybody wants to commit murder without being found out, they have only to put them into damp sheets.
So I thought, and I took them out.
You did quite right. Quite right.
What have you heard about them? Said I.
Oh, I only went into the room in which you sleep, and I at once found how damp they were, and how dangerous it was. And I was going to tell your mamma when I met her, and she told me to hold my tongue, but to go down and take you away, as you had fallen down in a fit, and she could not bear to see you lying there.
And she didn't do anything for me?
Oh, no, not as I know of, because you were lying on the floor bleeding. I picked you up and brought you here.
And she has not inquired after me since?
Not once.
And don't know whether I am yet sensible or not?
She does not know that yet.
Well, I replied, I think they don't care much for me. I think not at all, but the time may come when they will act differently.
No, miss. They think, or affect to think, that you have injured them, but that cannot be, because you could not be cunning enough to dispose your aunt to leave you all, and so deprive them of what they think they are entitled to.
I never could have believed half so much.
Such, however, is the case.
What can I do?
Nothing, my dear. But lie still till you get better, and don't say any more. But sleep, if you can sleep, will do you more good than anything else now for an hour or so. So lie down and sleep.
The old woman left the room, and I endeavored to compose myself to sleep, but could not do so for some time, my mind being too actively engaged in considering what I had better do, and I determined upon a course of conduct by which I thought I should escape much of my present persecution. It was some days, however, before I could put it in practice, and one day I found my father and mother together, and said, Mother, why do you not send me to school?
You? Send you to school? Did you mean you, miss?
Yes, I meant myself, because other people go to school to learn something, but I have not been sent at all.
Are you not contented?
I am not, I answered, because other people learn something, but at the same time I should be more out of your way, since I am more trouble to you, as you complain of me. It would not cost more than living at home.
What is the matter with the child?
Asked my father.
I cannot tell,
said my mother.
The better way will be to take care of her, and confine her to some part of the house, if she does not behave better.
The little minx will be very troublesome.
Do you think so?
Yes, decidedly.
Then we must adopt some more active measures, or we shall have to do what we do not wish. I am amused at her asking to be sent to school. Was ever there heard such wickedness? Well, I could not have believed such ingratitude could have existed in human nature.
Get out of the room, you hussy,
said my mother.
Go out of the room, and don't let me hear a word from you more.
I left the room terrified at the storm I had raised up against me. I knew not that I had done wrong, and went up crying to my attic alone, and found the old servant, who asked what was the matter. I told her all I had said, and what had been the result, and how I had been abused.
Why, you should let things take their own course, my dear.
Yes, but I can learn nothing.
Never mind. You will have plenty of money when you grow older, and that will cure many defects. People who have money never want for friends.
But I have them not, and yet I have money.
Most certainly, most certainly. But you have it not in your own power, and you are not old enough to make use of it if you had.
Who has it? I inquired.
Your father and mother.
No more was said at that time, and the old woman left me to myself, and I recollect I long and deeply pondered over this matter. And yet I could see no way out of it, and resolved that I would take things as easily as I could. But I feared that I was not likely to have a very quiet life. Indeed, active cruelty was exercised against me. They would lock me up in a room a whole day at a time, so that I was debarred the use of my limbs. I was even kept without food, and on every occasion I was knocked about, from one to the other, without remorse. Everyone took a delight in tormenting me, and in showing me how much they dared to do. Of course servants and all would not treat me with neglect and harshness if they did not see it was agreeable to my parents. This was shocking cruelty, But yet I found that this was not all. Many were the little contrivances made and invented to cause me to fall downstairs, to slip, to trip, to do anything that might have ended in some fatal accident which would have left them at liberty to enjoy my legacy. And no blame would be attached to them for the accident, and I should most likely get blamed for what was done, and from which I had been the sufferer. Indeed, I should have been deemed to have suffered justly. On one occasion, after I had been in bed some time, I found it was very damp, and upon examination I found the bed itself had been made quite wet, with the sheet put over it to hide it. This I did not discover until it was too late, for I caught a violent cold, and it took me some weeks to get over it, and yet I escaped eventually, though after some months' illness. I recovered, and it evidently made them angry because I did live. They must have believed me to be very obstinate. They thought me obdurate in the extreme. They called me all the names they could imagine, and treated me with every indignity they could heap upon me. Well, time ran on, and in my 12th year I obtained the notice of one or two of our friends who made some inquiries about me. I always remarked that my parents disliked anyone to speak to or take any notice of me. They did not permit me to say much. They did not like my speaking, and on one occasion, when I made some remark respecting school, she replied,
"Her health is so bad they have not yet sent her, but shall do by and by when she grows stronger."
There was a look bent upon me that told me at once what I must expect if I persisted in my half-formed resolve of contradicting all that had been said. When the visitor went, I was well aware of what kind of a life I should have had if I did not absolutely receive some serious injury. I was terrified, and held my tongue. Soon after that I was seized with violent pains and vomiting. I was very ill, and the servant being at home only, a doctor was sent for, who at once said I had been poisoned, and ordered me to be taken care of. I know how it was done. I had taken some cake given me. It was left out for me, and that was the only thing I had eaten, and it astonished me, for I had not had such a thing given me for years, and that is why I believed the poison was put in the cake, and I think others thought so too. However, I got over that after a time, though it was a long while before I did so. But at the same time I was very weak, and the surgeon said that, had I been a little longer without assistance, or had I not thrown it up, I must have sunk beneath the effects of a violent poison. He advised my parents to take some measures to ascertain who it was that had administered the poison to me. But though they promised compliance, they never troubled themselves about it. But I was for a long time very cautious of what I took, and was in great fear of the food that was given to me. However, nothing more of that character took place, and at length I quite recovered, and began to think in my own mind that I ought to take some active steps in the matter, and that I ought to seek an asylum elsewhere. I was now nearly 15 years of age, and could well see how inveterate was the dislike with which I was regarded by my family. I thought that they ought to use me better, for I could remember no cause for it. I had given no deadly offence, nor was there any motive why I should be treated thus with neglect and disdain. It was then a matter of serious consideration with me as to whether I should not go and throw myself upon the protection of some friend, and beg their interference in my behalf. But then there was no one whom I felt would do so much for me, no one from whom I expected so great an act of friendship. It was hardly to be expected from any one that they should interfere between me and my parents. They would have had their first say, and I should have contradicted all said, and should have appeared in a very bad light indeed. I could not say they had neglected my education. I could not say that, because there I had been careful myself, and I had assiduously striven when alone to remedy this defect, and had actually succeeded. So that if I were examined, I should have denied my own assertions by contrary facts, which would injure me. Then again, if I were neglected, I could not prove any injury, because I had all the means of existence, and all I could say would be either attributed to some evil source, or it was entirely false. But at the same time I felt I had great cause of complaint, and none of gratitude. I could hold no communion with any one. All alike deserted me, and I knew none who could say aught for me if I requested their goodwill. I had serious thoughts of possessing myself of some money, and then leaving home, and staying away until I had arrived at age, but this I deferred doing, seeing that there was no means, and I could not do more than I did then, that is, to live on without any mischief happening, and wait for a few years more. I contracted an acquaintance with a young man who came to visit my father. He came several times and paid me more civility and attention than any one else ever did, and I felt that he was the only friend I possessed. It is no wonder I looked upon him as being my best and my only friend. I thought him the best and the handsomest man I ever beheld. This put other thoughts into my head. I did not dress as others did, much less had I the opportunity of becoming possessed of many of those little trinkets that most young women of my age had. But this made no alteration in the good opinion of the young gentleman, who took no notice of that, but made me several pretty presents. These were treasures to me, and I must say I gloated over them, and often, when alone, I have spent hours in admiring them. Trifling as they were, they made me happier. I knew now one person who cared for me, and a delightful feeling it was too. I shall never know it again. It is quite impossible. Here among the dark walls and unwholesome cells we have no cheering ray of life or hope. All is dreary and cold. A long and horrible imprisonment takes place, to which there is no end save with life, and in which there is not one mitigating circumstance. All is bad and dark. God help me. However, my dream of happiness was soon disturbed. By some means my parents had got an idea of this, and the young man was dismissed the house, and forbidden to come to it again. This he determined to do, and more than once we met, and then in secret I told him all my woes. When he had heard all I had said, he expressed the deepest commiseration, and declared I had been most unjustly and harshly treated, and thought that there was not a harder or harsher treatment than that which I had received. He then advised me to leave home. "Leave home?" I said. "Where shall I fly? I have no friend."
"Come to me. I will protect you. I will stand between you and all the world. They shall not stir hand nor foot to your injury."
"But I cannot, dare not do that. If they found me out, they would force me back with all the ignominy and shame that could be felt from having done a bad act. Not any pity would they show me."
"Nor need you. You would be my wife. I mean to make you my wife."
"You?"
"Yes. I dreamed not of anything else. You shall be my wife. We shall hide ourselves, and remain unknown to all until the time shall have arrived when you are of age, when you can claim all your property, and run no risk of being poisoned or killed by any other means."
"This is a matter," said I, "that ought to be considered well before adopting anything as violent or so sudden."
"It is, and it is not one that I think will injure by being reflected upon by those who are the principal actors. For my own part, my mind is made up, and I am ready to perform my share of the engagement."
I resolved to consider the matter well in my own mind, and felt every inclination to do what he proposed, because it took me away from home, and because it would give me one of my own. My parents had become utterly estranged from me. They did not act as parents. They did not act as friends. They had steeled my heart against them. They never could have borne any love to me, I am sure of it, who could have committed such great crimes against me. As the hour drew near, that in which I was likely to become an object of still greater hatred and dislike to them, I thought I was often the subject of their private thoughts, and often when I entered the room, my mother and father and the rest would suddenly leave off speaking, and look at me, as if to ascertain if I had ever heard them say anything. On one occasion I remember very well I heard them conversing in a low tone. The door happened to have opened of itself, the hasp not having been allowed to enter the mortice. I heard my name mentioned. I paused and listened.
"We must soon get rid of her,"
said my mother.
"Undoubtedly,"
he replied.
"If we do not, we shall have her about our ears. She'll get married or some infernal thing, and then we shall have to refund."
"We could prevent that."
"Not if our husband was to insist upon it. We could not. But the only plan I can now form is what I told you of already."
"Putting her in a madhouse?"
"Yes. There, you see, she will be secured and cannot get away. Besides, those who go there die in a natural way before many years."
"But she can speak."
"So she may. But who attends to the ravings of a mad woman? No, no. Depend upon it, that is the best plan. Send her to a lunatic asylum, a private madhouse. I can obtain all that is requisite in a day or two."
"Then we will consider that settled."
"Certainly."
"In a few days, then?"
"Before next Sunday, because we can enjoy ourselves on that day without any restraint, without any uncomfortable feelings of uncertainty about us."
I waited to hear no more. I had heard enough to tell me what I had to expect. I went back to my own room, and having put on my bonnet and shawl, I went out to see the individual to whom I have alluded, and saw him. I then informed him of all that had taken place, and heard him exclaim against them in terms of rising indignation.
"Come to me,"
he said.
Come to me at once.
Not at once.
Don't stop a day.
Hush, said I. There's no danger. I will come the day after tomorrow, and then I will bid adieu to all these unhappy moments, to all these persecutions, and in 3 years' time I shall be able to demand my fortune, which will be yours. We were to meet the next day but one, early in the morning. There were not, in fact, to be more than 30 hours elapsed before I was to leave home, if home I could call it. However, there was no time to be lost. I made up a small bundle, and had all in readiness before I went to bed, and placed in security, intending to rise early and let myself out and leave the house. That, however, was never to happen. While I slept, at a late hour of the night, I was awakened by 2 men standing by my bedside, who desired me to get up and follow them. I refused, and they pulled me rudely out of bed. I called out for aid, and exclaimed against the barbarity of their proceedings.
It is useless to listen to her,
said my father.
You know what a mad woman will say.
Aye, we do,
replied the men.
They are the cunningest devils we've ever heard. We've seen enough of them to know that.
To make the matter plain, I was seized, gagged, and thrust into a coach, and brought here, where I have remained ever since.
End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 31. The Rapid Journey of Tobias to London. There was something extremely touching in the tone, and apparently in the manner, in which the poor persecuted one details the story of her wrongs, and she had the tribute of a willing tear from Tobias.
After the generous confidence you have had in me,
he said,
I ought to tell you something of myself.
Do so,
she replied.
We are companions in misfortune.
Tobias then related to her at large all about Sweeney Todd's villainies, and how at length he, Tobias, had been placed where he was, for the purpose of silencing his testimony of the evil and desperate practices of the barber. After that, he related to her what he had overheard about the intention to murder him that night, and he concluded by saying,
If you have any plan of escape from this horrible place, let me implore you to tell it to me, and let us put it into practice tonight. If we fail, death is at any time preferable to continued existence here.
It is. Listen to me.
I will indeed,
said Tobias.
And you will say you never had such attention as I will now pay you.
You must know, then, that this cell is paved with flagstones, as you see, and that the wall here at the back forms likewise part of the wall of an old wood-house in the garden, which is never visited.
Yes, I understand.
Well, as I have been here so long, I managed to get up one of the flagstones that forms the flooring here, and to work under the wall with my hands. A slow labour, and one of pain, until I managed to render a kind of excavation, one end of which is here, and the other in the wood-house.
Glorious,
said Tobias.
I see. Go on.
I should have made my escape if I could, but the height of the garden wall has always been the obstacle. I thought of tearing this miserable quilt into strips, and making a sort of rope of it. But then, how was I to get it on the wall? You, perhaps, will, with your activity and youth, be able to accomplish this.
Oh, yes, you're right enough there. It is not a wall that shall stop me.
They waited until, from a church clock in the vicinity, they heard 10 strike, and then they began operations. Tobias assisted his new friend to raise the stone in the cell, and there, immediately beneath, appeared the excavation leading to the wood-house, just sufficiently wide for one person to creep through. It did not take long to do that, and Tobias took with him a piece of work upon which he had been occupied for the last 2 hours, namely the quilt torn up into long pieces, twisted and tied together, so that it formed a very tolerable rope, which Tobias thought would sustain the weight of his companion. The wood-house was a miserable-looking hole enough, and Tobias at first thought that the door of it was fastened, but by a little pressure it came open. It had only stuck through the dampness of the woodwork at that low point of the garden. and now they were certainly both of them at liberty, with the exception of surmounting the wall, which rose frowningly before them in all its terrors. There was a fine, cool, fresh air in the garden, which was indeed most grateful to the senses of Tobias, and he seemed doubly nerved for anything that might be required of him after inhaling that delicious, cool, fresh breeze. There grew close to the wall one of those beautiful mountain ash trees which bend over to such graceful foliage, and which are so useful in the formation of pretty summer-houses. Tobias saw that if he ascended to the top of this tree, there would not be much trouble in getting from there to the wall.
"We shall do it,"
he said.
"We shall succeed."
"Thank God that I hear you say so,"
replied his companion. Tobias tied one end of the long rope they had made of the quilt to his waist, so that he might carry it up with him, and yet leave him free use of hands and feet, and then he commenced, with great activity, ascending the tree. In 3 minutes he was on the wall. The moon shone sweetly. There was not a tree or house in the vicinity that was not made beautiful now, in some portions of it, by the sweet, soft light that poured down upon them. Tobias could not resist pausing a moment to look about him upon the glorious scene, but the voice of her for whom he was bound to do all that was possible aroused him.
"Oh, Tobias,"
she said.
"Quick, quick, lower the rope, oh, quick."
In a moment,
he cried. The top of the wall was here and there armed with iron spikes, and some of these formed an excellent grappling place for the torn quilt. In the course of another minute Tobias had his end of it secure.
"Now,"
he said.
"Can you climb up by it, do you think? Don't hurry about it. Remember, there is no alarm, and for all we know, we have hours to ourselves yet."
"Yes, yes, oh yes, thank God,"
he heard her say. Tobias was not where he could, by any exertion of strength, render her now the least assistance, and he watched the tightening of the frail support by which she was gradually climbing to the top of the wall with the most intense and painful interest that can be imagined.
I come,
she said.
"I am saved."
"Come slowly, for God's sakes, do not hurry."
"No, no."
At this moment Tobias heard the frail rope giving way. There was a tearing sound. It broke, and she fell. Lights, too, at that unlucky moment, flashed from the house, and it was now evident an alarm had been given. What could he do? If two could not be saved, one could be saved. He turned and flung his feet over the wall. He hung by his hands as low as he could, and then he dropped the remainder of the distance. He was hurt, but in a moment he sprang to his feet, for he felt that safety could only lie in instant and rapid flight. The terror of pursuit was so strong upon him that he forgot his bruises.
"Thank heaven!"
exclaimed Tobias.
"I am at last free from that horrible place. Oh, if I can but reach London now, I shall be safe, and as for Sweeney Todd, let him beware, for a day of retribution for him cannot be far off."
So saying, Tobias turned his steps towards the city, and at a hard trot soon left Peckham Rye far behind him as he pursued his route. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 32. The announcement in Sweeney Todd's window, Joanna Oakley's window. Having thus far traced Tobias's career, we are the better enabled to turn now our exclusive attention to the proceedings of Joanna Oakley, who, we cannot help thinking, is about to commence a most dangerous adventure. The advice which had been given to her by her romantic young friend, Arabella Wilmot, had from the first taken a strong hold upon her imagination, and the more she had thought it over, and the more she had found the others failed in procuring any tidings of her lost lover, the more intent she was upon carrying it out.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Yes, true love will accomplish very great wonders, and what force or ability will fail at, confident affection even a mere girl may success in. 'Tis true I risk my life, But what is life to me without what made it desirable? What is continued existence to me, embittered with the constant thought that such a dreadful mystery hangs over the fate of Mark and Jestry?
So it will be seen, it was partly despair, and partly a kind of presentiment she had that success would attend her enterprise, that induced her to go to Sweeney Todd's. There was a placard in Todd's window, which bore the following announcement:
Wanted, a lad. One of strict religious principles preferred. Apply within.
The fact is, as we have said, although Sweeney Todd now, from the sale of the string of pearls, had the means of retiring from his avocations, and fully meant to do so, he did not think it prudent to hurry over such a step, and was resolved to wait until all noise and inquiry, if any were made, about the pearls had subsided, and therefore was it that he found it necessary to provide himself with a new boy, who, for all he cared, might share the fate of poor Tobias, that fate which Sweeney Todd considered certain, but concerning which the reader is better informed.
Ah,
muttered Todd to himself.
I like boys of a religious turn. They are much easier managed, for the imagination in such cases has been cultivated at the expense of understanding. Hilloa! Who have we here?
Todd was stropping a razor, and peering out into the street while he spoke, and he saw a decent-looking young lad of remarkably handsome exterior stop at the window and read the tempting announcement. The lad advanced a step towards the door, hesitated, retreated, and then advanced again, as if he wished to apply for the vacant situation, and yet dreaded to do so.
Who can he be?
Said Todd, as he looked curiously at him.
He doesn't seem the likely sort to apply for the situation of barber's boy.
Todd was right enough there, for this seeming lad was no other than Joanna Oakley, and little, indeed, did she seem as if she belonged to the rough class from whom Sweeney Todd, the barber, might be supposed to find a lad for his shop. In another moment she entered the shop, and was face to face with the man whom she might fairly consider to be the bane of her young existence, if what was suspected of him were true. Todd fixed a strange glance upon her, but he was silent, for it was no rule of his to speak first, and Joanna felt constrained to commence the rather embarrassing conversation.
You are in mind of a lad, sir?
She said.
To mind your shop, I suppose?
Yes.
Joanna had certainly hoped for a longer answer, but as Todd was silent, she had now no recourse but to go on.
I shall be glad to take the situation.
Who are you? You don't seem likely to want such a place. Who and what are you?
Joanna had her story ready, for of course she had anticipated questions being asked of her, so she replied, with a readiness that did not seem at all forced.
I am an orphan. I was left in the care of a mother-in-law. I don't like her. She was cruel to me, and I ran away.
Where from?
Oxford.
Oxford. Oxford,
muttered Todd.
Then nobody knows you in London, I suppose, my little lad?
No one. I have come to town comfortably enough, in a wagon. But if I don't get something to do, I shall have to go back, which I don't like the idea of at all. I'd rather be anything in London than go back to Mrs. Green.
Green? And what's your name?
Charlie Green, of course. You see, my name's the same as hers, because she married my father.
Oh, you wouldn't suit me. You ain't the sort of boy I want.
Sorry I troubled you, sir,
said Joanna, as she turned carelessly and left the shop without making the least attempt to move the barber's determination, or even looking behind her.
Pshaw!
Exclaimed Todd, as he flung down the razor he had commenced sharpening again.
How foolishly suspicious I am. I shall wait a while, I think, before I get anyone to suit me, as this lad will. In London alone? Without friends? An orphan? Nobody to inquire after him? The very thing!
Sweeney Todd was at the door in an instant.
Hoy! Hoy!
He called. Joanna looked back and saw him beckon to her. With new hope she returned, and was again in the shop.
Hark ye, my lad,
said Todd.
I feel disposed to take you on account of your friendless condition. I feel for you. I'm an orphan myself, that's a fact.
Here he made one of those hideous grimaces he was in the habit of indulging in when he thought he said anything particularly racy.
Yes, I'm a poor orphan myself, with nothing but my strong sense of religion to support me. I'll take you on trial.
I am much beholden to you, sir.
Oh, don't mention that. Your duties will consist of minding the shop if I happen to be absent. You will have 6 pence a day, but nothing else from me. For out of that you provide yourself with food, and the cheapest and the best thing you can do is to go always to Lovett's in Bell Yard and have a pie for your dinner. You will sleep at night here in the shop, run messages, see and hear much, but if you gossip about me and my affairs, I'll cut your throat.
You may depend upon me, sir. I am only too happy to be taken into the service of such a respectable gentleman.
Respectable gentleman,
repeated Todd, as he finished stropping the razor. Respectable. And then he gave one of his hideous laughs, which thrilled through the very heart of Joanna, as she thought that it might have been the last noise that sounded in the ears of Mark Ingastry in this world. Todd turned very suddenly round, and said,
Did you groan?
I groan,
replied Joanna.
What for?
Oh, I only thought you did, Master Charlie, that's all. See if that water on the fire is hot, and if so, bring it to me. Ah, a customer!
As Todd uttered these words, 2 persons entered the shop. They looked like substantial countrymen, farmers, perhaps, in a good way of business, and one of them said,
Now, Mr. Barber, for a clean shave, if you please.
While the other stood at the door, as if to wait for his companion.
Certainly, sir,
said Todd.
Pray sit down here, if you please, sir. A nice day for the time of year. Come from the country, sir, I suppose?
Yes, me and my cousin. We don't know much of London yet.
Indeed, sir. You ought not to leave it soon, then, I'm sure, for there is much to see, and that can't be seen quickly. And if you live far off, it's better to take the opportunity while you are here. Give me that soap dish, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Ah, to be sure,
replied the countryman.
It is, but we have brought up to the London market a number of beasts, which, having sold well, we have too much money about us to risk it going to see sights.
Indeed, you are prudent. Would you like your whiskers trimmed?
A little, but not quite off.
There was now a pause of some moments' duration, after which Sweeney Todd said, in a very offhand manner,
I suppose you have seen the 2 figures at St. Dunstan's church strike the hour?
2 figures,
said the one who was not being shaved, for the other would have had a mouthful of lather had he spoken.
2 figures. Now, what may they be all about?
Well,
resumed Todd, with the most indifferent air and manner in the world.
If you have not seen them, it's quite a shame that you should not. And while I am shaving your friend, as it now only wants about 5 minutes to 11, you have a good opportunity of going and getting back in time when your friend is disposed of. What do you say to that? Charlie, go with the gentleman, and show him the figures striking the hour at St. Dunstan's. You must cross over to the other side of the way, you know, to see them properly and effectually. Don't hurry, sir.
Very much obliged,
said the disengaged grazier, for such he seemed to be.
But I would rather go with my friend here, when he is shaven. You can't think what cynical remarks he makes at anything he has not seen before, so that to go with him is really always to me half the treat.
Very good, and very right,
said Todd.
I shall soon be done. I have just about finished you off now, sir. That will do.
There was no disappointment at all visible in Todd's manner, and the grazier rose and wiped his face on the jack-towel that hung from a roller for the use of those whom it might concern, paid his money, and with a civil good day to the barber, left the shop along with his friend. An awful diabolical look came across the countenance of Sweeney Todd as he muttered to himself,
Curses on them both. I may yet have one of them, though.
What did you say, sir?
asked Joanna.
What is that to you, my young imp?
roared Todd.
Curse you! I'll pull out your teeth by degrees with red-hot pincers if you presume to listen to what I say. I'll be the death of you, you devil's cub.
Joanna shrank back, alarmed, and then Todd walked across his shop to the back parlour, the door of which he carefully double-locked, after which, turning to Joanna, he said,
"You will mind the shop till I return, and if anybody comes, you can tell them that they need not wait, for I shall probably be some time gone. All you have to do is mind the place, and, hark you, no peeping or prying about. Sit still and touch nothing, for if you do I shall most assuredly discover it, and your punishment will be certain and perhaps terrible."
"I will be careful, sir."
"Do so, and you will be rewarded. Why, the last lad I had served me so well that I have had him taken care of for life, in a fine handsome country house, with grounds attached, a perfect villa, where he is waited upon by attendants in the most attentive manner."
"How kind,"
said Joanna.
"And is he happy?"
"Very, very. Notwithstanding the general discontent of human nature, he is quite happy, as a matter of course. Mind my instructions, and in due time you will no doubt yourself share as amiable a fate."
Todd put on his hat, and with a horrible and strange leer upon his countenance, left the shop, and Joanna found herself in the situation she had coveted, namely to be alone in the shop of Sweeney Todd, and able to make what examination of it she pleased, without the probability of much interruption.
"Heaven be my aid,"
she cried.
"For the sake of truth."
End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 33. The Discoveries in the Vaults of St. Dunstan's.
"Well, Sir Richard,"
remarked the beadle of St. Dunstan's to the magistrate, after the ponderous stone was raised in the centre of the church, upon which the workmen had been busy.
"Don't you smell nothink now?"
The magistrate, churchwardens, and indeed everyone present, shrank back from the horrible stench that saluted them, now that the stone was fairly removed.
"Why, good God!"
exclaimed the senior churchwarden.
"Have we been sitting and hearing sermons with such a charnel house under? I always understood that none of the vaults exactly underneath the church had been used for many years past."
"Hush!"
said the magistrate.
"The inquiry we are upon is perhaps a more important one than you imagine, sir."
"More important? How can that be? Didn't the bishop smell it when he came to confirm the people? And didn't he say in the vestry that he could not confirm anybody while such a smell was in the church? And didn't we tell him that it would be a sad thing if he didn't? And then he did confirm the people in such a twinkling that they didn't know what they were confirmed in at all."
"Hush, my good sir, hush and hear me. Will you, now that you have got up this great stone, and opened, as I see, the top of a stone staircase, by so doing send away the workmen, and indeed all persons but yourself and me?"
"Well, but you don't mean us to go down, sir, do you?"
"I mean to go, you may depend. Send away the men at once, if you please. I have ample warrant for all I am about to do, I assure you. I suspect I shall be well able to free St. Dunstan's Church from the horrible stench that has been infesting it for some time past."
"You think so, sir? Bless you, then. I'll do just whatever you like."
The workmen were not sorry to be dismissed from the uncomfortable employment, but the beadle, who was holding his nose, and who, having overheard what Sir Richard had said, was extremely anxious upon the subject to put in his claim to stay, on the ground of being one of the officials of the church, and he was accordingly permitted to stay.
"This seems to lead to the vaults,"
remarked Sir Richard, as he looked down the chasm which the removal of the stone had left.
"Yes,"
replied the churchwarden.
"It does, and they have, as I say, been unused for a long time. But how that dreadful smell can come from bodies that have been 40 or 50 years there, I cannot think.
We must be careful of the foul air,
remarked the magistrate.
Get a torch, Mr. Beadle, if you please, and we will lower it into the vault. If that lives, we can. And if you please go first to the door of the church, and take this silk handkerchief with you, and hold it up in your hand, and upon that signal 4 persons will come to you. They are officers of mine, and you will bring them to me.
Oh dear, yes, certainly,
said the beadle, who was quite happy at the thought of such a reinforcement.
I'll do it, sir. And as for a torch, there be some famous links in the vestry cupboard, as I'll get in a minute. Well, I do think the smell is a little better already. Don't you, sir? I'm a-going. Don't be impatient, sir. I'm going like a shot, I am.
To give the beadle his due, he certainly executed his orders quickly. The 4 officers, sure enough, obeyed the signal of the handkerchief, and in a few moments more, a torchlight was lowered by a rope down the gloomy aperture. All watched the light with great interest as it descended, but, although it certainly burnt dimmer than before, yet it showed no signs of going out, and the magistrate said,
We may safely descend. The air that will support flame will likewise support animal life. Therefore, we need be under no sort of apprehension. Follow me.
He commenced a careful descent of the stone steps, and was promptly followed by his 4 men, and much more slowly by the beadle and the churchwarden, neither of whom seemed much to relish the adventure, although their curiosity prompted them to continue it. The stone steps consisted of about 20, and when the bottom was gained, it was found to be covered with flagstones of considerable size, upon which sawdust was strewn, but not sufficiently thickly to cover them in all places completely. There was a death-like stillness in the place, and the few crumbling coffins which were in niches in the walls were, with their tenants, evidently too old to give forth that frightful odour of animal decomposition which pervaded the place.
You will see, Sir Richard,
said the churchwarden, producing a paper,
that according to the plans of the vault I have here, this one opens into a passage that runs halfway round the church, and from that passage opens a number of vaults, not one of which has been used for years past.
I see the door is open.
Yes, it is as you say. That's odd, Sir Richard, ain't it? Oh, gracious! Just put your head out into the passage, and won't you smell it then?
They all tried the experiment, and found, indeed, that the smell was horrible. Sir Richard took a torch from one of the constables, and advanced into the passage. He could see nothing but the doors of some of the vaults open. He crossed the threshold of one of them, and was away about a minute, after which he came back, saying,
I think we will all retire now. We have seen enough to convince us all about it.
All about it, sir?
said the churchwarden.
What about it?
Exactly, that will do. Follow me, my man.
The officers, without the slightest questions or remarks, followed Sir Richard, and he began rapidly, with them at his heels, to ascend the stone staircase into the church again.
Hello,
cried the beadle.
I say stop. Oh, Lord, don't let me be lost. Oh, don't. I shall think something horrible is coming up after me. I'm going to lay hold of my heels. Don't let me be lost. Oh, dear.
You can't be lost,
said one of the officers.
You know, if anything is going to lay hold of your heels. Take it easy. It's only a ghost at the most, you know.
By the time the beadle got fairly into the church, he was in that state of perspiration and fright that he was obliged to sit down upon a tomb to recover himself, and the magistrate took that opportunity of whispering to the churchwarden.
I want to speak to you alone. Come out with me. Order the church to be locked up, as if we meditated no further search in the vaults.
Yes, oh yes, I knew there was some secret.
There is a horrible one. Such a one as all London will ring within 24 hours more. Such a secret as will never be forgotten in connection with old St. Dunstan's church while it is in existence.
There was a solemnity about the manner in which the magistrate spoke, which quite alarmed the churchwarden, and he turned rather pale as they stood upon the church threshold.
"Do you know one Sweeney Todd?"
asked the magistrate.
"Oh, yes, a barber."
"Good. Incline your ear to me while we walk down to Downing Street. I am going to call upon the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and before we get there, I shall be able to tell you why and what sort of assistance I want of you."
The churchwarden did incline his ear most eagerly, but before they had got half-way down the Strand, he was compelled to go into a public-house to get some brandy. Such an overpowering effect had the horrible communication of the magistrate upon him. What that communication was we shall very soon discover, but it is necessary that we follow Mr. Todd a little in his proceedings, after he left Johanna in charge of the shop. Todd walked briskly on, till he came nearly to Pickett Street, in the Strand, and then he went into a chemist's shop that was there, in which only a lad was serving.
"You recollect,"
said Todd,
"serving me with some rat poison?"
"Oh, yes, yes. Mr. Todd, I believe."
"The same. I want some more. For the fact is, that owing to the ointments I have in my shop for the hair, the vermin are attracted, and I have now as many as ever. It was only last night I awakened, and saw one actually lapping up hair oil, and another drinking some rose water that they had upset and broken a bottle of. So I will thank you to give me some liquid poison, if you please, as they seem so fond of drink."
"Exactly, sir, exactly,"
said the lad, as he took down a bottle and made up a potion.
"Exactly, sir. If you put a few drops only of this in half a pint of liquid, it will do."
"A couple of drops? This must be powerful."
"It is. A dozen drops or about half a teaspoonful would kill a man to a certainty, so you will be careful of it, Mr. Todd. Of course, we don't sell such things to strangers, you know, but you being a neighbor alters the case."
"True enough. Thank you. Good day. I think we shall have rain shortly, do you know?"
Todd walked away with the poison in his pocket, and when he had got a few yards from the chemist's door, he gave such a hideous chuckle that an old gentleman, who was close before him, ran like a lamplighter in his fright, and put himself quite out of breath.
"This will do,"
muttered Todd.
"I must smooth the path to my retirement from business. I know well that if I were to hint at such a thing in a certain quarter, it would be considered a certain proof that I had made enough to be worth dividing, and that is a process I don't intend exactly to go through. No, no, Mrs. Lovett, no, no."
Todd marched slowly towards his own house, but when he got to the corner of Bell Yard, and heard St. Dunstan's strike 12, he paused for a moment, and then muttered,
"I'll call and see her. Yes, I'll call and see her. The evening will answer better my present purpose."
Then he walked up Bell Yard until he came to the fascinating Mrs. Lovett's pie shop. He paused a moment at the window, and leered in at two lawyers' clerks who were eating some of yesterday's pies. The warm day batch had not yet come up.
"Happy youths!"
he chuckled, and walked into the shop. Mrs. Lovett received him graciously as an acquaintance, and invited him into the parlor, while the two limbs of the law continued eating and praising the pies.
"Delicious, aren't they?"
said one.
"Oh, I believe you,"
replied the other.
"And such jolly lots of gravy, too, ain't there? I wonder how she does make 'em. Lord bless you, I almost live upon 'em. You know, I used to take all my meals with my fat old uncle, Marsh, but since he disappeared one day, I live on Lovett's pies instead of the old buffer."
End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 34. Joanna Alone, The Secret, Mr. Todd's Suspicions, The Mysterious Letter. For some time after Todd had left the shop, Joanna could scarcely believe that she was sufficiently alone to dare look about her, but as minute after minute passed away, and no sound indicative of his speedy return fell upon her ears, She gathered more courage.
Yes,
she said.
I am at last alone, in the place where my suspicions have always pointed as the death-place of poor Mark. Oh, heavens, grant that it may not be so, and that, in unravelling the evident mystery of this man's life, I may hail you living, my dear Mark, and not have to mourn you dead. And yet, how can I, even for a moment, delude myself with such false hopes? No, no, he has fallen a victim to this ruthless man.
For a few minutes, as Joanna gave way to this violent burst of grief, she wrung her hands and wept. But then, as a thought of the danger she would be in should Todd return and see signs of emotion crossed her mind, she controlled her tears, and managed to bear the outward semblance of composure. She then began to look about her in the same way that poor Tobias had done, but she could find nothing of an explanatory character, although her suspicions made almost everything into grounds of suspicion. She looked into the cupboard, and there she saw several costly sticks and some umbrellas, and then she narrowly examined all the walls, but could see nothing indicative of another opening, save the door visible and apparent. As she moved backwards, she came against the shaving-chair, which she found was a fixture, as, upon examination, she saw that the legs of it were firmly secured to the floor. What there could be suspicious in such a circumstance she hardly knew, and yet it did strike her as such.
If I had but time,
she thought,
I would make an attempt to go into that parlour, but I dare not yet. No, no, I must be sure of the continued absence of Todd before I dare make any such attempt.
As she uttered these words, someone opened the door cautiously, and, peeping in, said,
Is Mr. Todd at home?
No,
replied Joanna.
Oh, very good. Then you are to take this letter, if you please, and read it. You will find, I dare say, whom it's from when you open it. Keep it to yourself, though, and if Mr. Todd should come in, hide it, mind, whatever you do.
Before Joanna could make any reply, the man disappeared, and great was her astonishment to read, upon the outside of the letter that had been put into her hands, her own proper name. With trembling fingers she opened it, and read as follows.
From Sir Richard Blunt, Magistrate, to Miss Oakley. Miss Johanna Oakley, you have with great chivalry of spirit embarked in a very dangerous enterprise. An enterprise which, considering your youth and your sex, should have been left to others, and it is well that others are in a position to watch over you and ensure your safety. Your young friend, Arabella Wilmot, after giving so much romantic advice, and finding that you followed it, became herself alarmed at its possible consequences, and very prudently informed one who brought the intelligence to me, so that you are now well looked after, and should any danger present itself to you, you have but to seize any article that comes within your reach and throw it through a pane of glass in the shop window, when assistance will immediately come to you. I tell you this in order that you should feel quite at ease. As, however, you have placed yourself in your present position in Todd's shop, it is more than likely you will be able to do good service in aiding to unmask that villain. You will, therefore, be good enough, towards the dusk of the evening, to hold yourself in readiness to do anything required of you by any one who shall pronounce to you the password of St. Dunstan, from your friend mentioned above.
Joanna read this letter, certainly, with the most unmitigated surprise, and yet there was a glow of satisfaction in her mind as she perused it, and the difference in her feelings, now that she was assured of protection, was certainly something wonderful and striking. To think that she had but to seize any one of the numerous stray articles that lay about and fling it through the window in order to get assistance was a most consolatory idea, and she felt nerved for almost any adventure. She had just hidden the letter when Sweeney Todd made his appearance.
"Anybody been?" he asked.
Yes, one man, but he would not wait.
"Ah, wanted to be shaved, I suppose. But no matter, no matter. And I hope you have been quiet, and not been attempting to indulge your curiosity in any way, since I have been gone. Hush, there's somebody coming. Why, it's old Mr. Rankley, the tobacconist, I declare. Good day to you, sir. Shaved, I suppose? I'm glad you have come, sir, for I have been out till this moment. Hot water, Charlie, directly, and hand me that razor."
Joanna, in handing Todd the razor, knocked the edge of it against the chair, and it being uncommonly sharp, cut a great slice of the wood off one of the arms of it.
"What shameful carelessness!"
said Todd.
"I have half a mind to lay the strop over your back, sir. Here you have spoilt a capital razor. Not a bit of edge left upon it."
"Oh, excuse him, Mr. Todd, excuse him,"
said the old gentleman.
"He's only a little lad after all. Let me intercede for him."
"Very good, sir. If you wish me to look over it, of course I will. And thank God we have a stock of razors, of course, always at hand. Is there any news stirring, sir?"
"Nothing that I know of, Mr. Todd, except it's the illness of Mr. Cummings, the overseer. They say he got home about 12 to his own house in Chancery Lane, and ever since then he's been sick as a dog, and all they can get him to say is, 'Oh, those pies, oh, those pies.'"
"Very odd, sir."
"Very. I think Mr. Cummings must be touched in the upper story, do you know, Mr. Todd? He's a very respectable man, but between you and I was never very bright."
"Certainly not, certainly not. But it's a very odd case. What pies can he possibly mean, sir? Did you call when you came from home?"
"No, I can't help laughing. But I've come away from home on the sly, you see. The fact is, my wife's cousin, Mr. Mundell—" "Hello, I think you've cut me."
"No, no, we can't cut anybody for 3 halfpence, sir."
"Oh, very good, very good. Well, as I was saying, my wife's cousin, Mr. Mundell, came to our house last night and brought with him a string of pearls, you see. He wanted me to go to the city this morning with them, to Round and Bridget, the court jewellers, and ask them if they had ever seen them before."
"Were they beauties?"
"Yes, they're brilliant ones. You see, Mundell lends money, and he didn't like to go himself, so he asked me to go, as Mr. Round knows me very well. For, between you and me, Mr. Todd, my wife's cousin, Mr. Mundell, thinks they belonged once upon a time to some lady."
"Oh, indeed!"
"Yes, and as it won't do to say too much to women, I told my wife I was going over the water, you see, and just popped out. And I've got the pearls in my pocket. Mundell says they're worth £12,000 at least.
"Indeed, sir, £12,000. A pretty sum that, sir, a very pretty sum. No doubt Mr. Mundell lent £7,000 or £8,000 upon the pearls. I think I will just give you another lather, sir, before I polish you off. And so you have the pearls with you? Well, how odd things come around, to be sure."
"What do you mean?"
"This shaving brush is just in a good state now. Always as a shaving brush is on the point of wearing out, it's the best. Charlie, you will go at once to Mr. Cummings, and ask if he is any better. You need not hurry, that's a good lad. I am not at all angry with you now. And so, sir, they think at home that you have gone after some business over the water, do they? And have not the least idea that you have come here to be shaved? There, be off, Charlie. Shut the door. That's a good lad, bless you."
When Joanna came back, the tobacconist was gone.
"Well,"
said Sweeney Todd, as he sharpened a razor very leisurely,
"how is Mr. Cummings?"
"I found out his house, sir, with some difficulty, and they say he is better, having gone to sleep."
"Oh, very good. I am going to look over some accounts in the parlour, so don't choose to be disturbed, you understand, and for the next 10 minutes, if anybody comes, you will say that I am out."
Sweeney Todd walked quite coolly into the parlour, and Joanna heard him lock the door on the inside. A strange, undefined sensation of terror crept over her, she knew not why, and she shuddered as she looked around her. The cupboard door was not closed shut, and she knew not what prompted her to approach and peep in. On the first shelf was the hat of the tobacconist. It was a rather remarkable one, and recognized in a moment.
"What has happened? Good God! What can have happened?"
thought Joanna, as she staggered back until she reached the shaving-chair, into which she cast herself for support. Her eyes fell upon the arm, which she had taken such a shaving off with the razor, but all was perfectly whole and correct, There was not the least mark of the cut that had so recently been given to it, and, lost in wonder, Joanna, for more than a minute, continued to look for the mark of the injury she knew could not have been, by any possibility, effaced. And yet she found it not, although there was the chair, just as usual, with its wide-spreading arms and its worn, tarnished paint and gilding. No wonder that Joanna rubbed her eyes and asked herself if she were really awake. What could account for such a phenomenon? The chair was a fixture, too, and the others in the shop were of a widely different make and construction, so it could not have been changed.
Alas, alas,
mourned Joanna.
My mind is full of horrible surmise, and yet I can form no rational conjecture. I suspect everything and know nothing. What can I do? What ought I to do to relieve myself from this state of horrible suspense? Am I really in a place where, by some frightful ingenuity, murder has become bold and familiar? Or can it all be a delusion?
She covered her face with her hands for a time, and when she uncovered them she saw that Sweeney Todd was staring at her with looks of suspicion from the inner room. The necessity of acting her part came over Joanna, and she gave a loud scream.
"What the devil is all this about?"
said Todd, advancing with a sinister expression.
"What's the meaning of it? I suspect—"
"Yes, sir,"
said Joanna.
"And so do I. I must tomorrow have it out."
"Have what out?"
"My tooth, sir. It's been aching for some hours. Did you ever have a toothache? If you did, you can feel for me, and not wonder that I lean my head upon my hands and groan."
End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 35. Sweeney Todd commences clearing the road to retirement. Todd was but half satisfied with this excuse of Master Charlie's, and yet it was one he could not very well object to, and might be true, so, after looking at Joanna for some moments suspiciously, he thought he might take it upon trust.
"Well, well,"
he said.
"No doubt you will be better tomorrow. There's your sixpence for today. Go and get yourself some dinner, and the cheapest thing you can do is to go to Lovett's pie shop with it."
"Thank you, sir."
Joanna was aware, as she walked out of the shop, that the eyes of Sweeney Todd were fixed upon her, and that if she betrayed, by even the remotest gesture, that she had suspicions of him, probably he would prevent her exit, so she kept herself seemingly calm and went out very slowly. But it was a great relief to gain the street, and feel that she was not under the same roof with that dreadful and dreaded man. Instead of going to Lovett's pie shop, Joanna turned into a pastry cook's near at hand, and partook of some refreshments, and while she was doing so, we will go back again and take a glance at Sweeney Todd as he sat in his shop alone. There was a look of great triumph upon his face, and his eyes sparkled with an unwonted brilliance. It was quite clear that Sweeney Todd was deeply congratulating himself upon something, and, at length, diving his hand into the depths of a huge pocket, he produced the identical string of pearls for which he had already received so large a sum from Mr. Mundell.
"Truly,"
he said,
"I must be one of Fortune's prime favourites indeed. Why, this string of pearls to me is a continued fortune. Who could have for one moment dreamed of such a piece of rare fortune? I need not now be at all suspicious or troubled concerning John Mundell. He has lost his pearls, and lost his money. That is glorious. I will shut up shop sooner than I intended by far, and be off to the Continent. Yes, my next sale of the string of pearls shall be in Holland."
With the pearls in his hand, Todd now appeared to fall into a very distracted train of thought, which lasted him about 10 minutes, and then some accidental noise in the street, or the next house, jarred upon his nerves, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming,
"What's that? What's that?"
All was still again, and he became reassured.
"What a fool I get,"
he muttered to himself,
"that every casual sound disturbs me, and causes this tremor. It is time, now that I am getting nervous, that I should leave England. But first I must dispose of one whose implacable disposition I know well, and who would hunt me to the farthest corner of the earth, if she were not at peace in the grave. Yes, the peace of the grave must do for her. I can think of no other mode of silencing so large a claim."
As he spoke those words, he took from his pocket the small packet of poison that he had purchased, and held it up between him and the light with a self-satisfied expression. Then he rose hastily, for he had again seated himself, and walked to the window, as if he were anxious for the return of Joanna, in order that he might leave the place. As he waited, he saw a young girl approach the shop, and having entered it, she said,
"Mrs. Lovett's compliments, Mr. Todd, and she has sent you this note, and will be glad to see you at 8 o'clock this evening."
"Oh, very well, very well. Why, Lucy, you look prettier than ever."
"It's more than you do, Mr. Todd,"
said the girl, as she left, apparently in high indignation that so ugly a specimen of humanity as Sweeney Todd should have taken it upon himself to pay her a compliment. Todd only gave a hideous sort of grin, and then he opened the letter which had been brought to him. It was without signature, and contained the following words: "The new cook is already tired of his place, and you must tonight make another vacancy. He is the most troublesome one I have had, because the most educated. He must be got rid of. You know how. I am certain mischief will come of it."
"Indeed,"
said Todd, when he finished this epistle.
"This is quick. Well, well, we shall see, we shall see. Perhaps we shall get rid of more than one person, who otherwise would be troublesome to-night. But here comes my new boy. He suspects nothing."
Joanna returned, and Todd asked somewhat curiously about the toothache. However, she made him so apparently calm and cool a reply that he was completely foiled, and fancied that his former suspicions must surely have had no real foundation, but had been provoked merely by his fears.
"Charlie,"
he said,
"you will keep an eye on the door, and when anyone wants me, you will pull that spring, which communicates with a bell that will make me hear. I am merely going to my bedroom."
"Very well, sir."
Todd gave another suspicious glance at her, and then left the shop. She had hoped that he would have gone out, so that there would have been another opportunity, and a better one than the last, of searching the place, but in that she was disappointed, and there was no recourse but to wait with patience. The day was on the decline, and a strong impression came over Joanna's mind that something in particular would happen before it wholly passed away into darkness. She almost trembled to think what that something could be, and that she might be compelled to be a witness to violence, from which her gentle spirit revolted. And had it not been that she had determined nothing should stop her from investigating the fate of poor Mark Ingastry, she could even then have rushed into the street in despair. But as the soft daylight deepened into the dim shadows of evening, she grew more composed, and was better able, with a calmer spirit, to await the progress of events. Objects were but faintly discernible in the shop when Sweeney Todd came downstairs again, and he ordered Joanna to light a small oil lamp, which shed but a very faint and sickly ray around it, and by no means facilitated the curiosity of anyone who might wish to peep in at the window.
"I am going out,"
he said.
"I shall be gone an hour, but not longer. You may say so to anyone who calls."
"I will, sir."
"Be vigilant, Charlie, and your reward is certain."
"I pray to heaven it may be,"
said Joanna, when she was alone again, but scarcely had the words passed her lips when a hackney coach drove up to the door, and then alighted someone who came direct into the shop. He was a tall, gentlemanly-looking man, and before Joanna could utter a word, he said,
"The watchword, Miss Oakley, is St. Dunstan. I am a friend."
Oh, how delightful it was to Joanna to hear such words! Oppressed as she was by the fearful solitude of that house, she sprang forward eagerly, saying,
"Yes, yes. Oh, yes, I had the letter."
"Hush! There is no time to lose. Is there any hiding place here at all?"
"Oh, yes, a large cupboard."
"That will do. Wait here a moment while I bring in a friend of mine, if you please, Miss Oakley. We have got some work to do tonight."
The tall man, who was as cool and collected as anyone might be, went to the door, and presently returned with two persons, both of whom, it was found, might with very little trouble be hidden in the cupboard. Then there was a whispered consultation for a few minutes, after which the first comer turned to Joanna and said,
Miss Oakley, when do you expect Todd to return?
In an hour.
Very well. As soon as he does return, I shall come in to be shaved, and no doubt you will be sent away. But do not go further than the door, whatever you do, as we may possibly want you. You can easily linger about the window.
Yes, yes, but why is all this mystery? Tell me what it is that you mean by all this. Is there any necessity for keeping me in the dark about it?
Miss Oakley, there is nothing exactly to tell you yet, but it is hoped that this night will remove some mysteries, and open your eyes to many circumstances that at present you cannot see. The villainy of Sweeney Todd will be espied, and if there be any hope of your restoration to one in whom you feel a great interest, it will be by such means.
You mean Markin Jestry?
I do. Your history has been related to me.
And who are you? Why keep up to me a disguise if you are a friend?
I am a magistrate, and my name is Blunt, so you may be assured that all that can be done shall be done.
But hold! You spoke of coming here to be shaved. If you do, let me implore you not to sit in a chair. There is some horrible mystery connected with it, but what it is I cannot tell. Do not sit in it.
I thank you for your caution, but it is to be shaved in that very chair that I came. I know there is a mystery connected with it, and it is in order that it should be no longer a mystery that I have resolved upon running what, perhaps, may be considered a little risk. But our further stay here would be imprudent. Now, if you please.
These last words were uttered by the two officers that the magistrate had brought with him, and it was quite wonderful to see with what tact and precision they managed to wedge themselves into the cupboard, the door of which they desired Joanna to close upon them. And when she had done so and turned around, she found the magistrate was gone. Joanna was in a great state of agitation, but still it was some comfort to her now to know that she was not alone, and that there were two strong and no doubt well-armed men ready to take her part, should anything occur amiss. She was much more assured of her own safety, and yet she was much more nervous than she had been. She waited for Sweeney Todd, and strove to catch the sound of his returning footstep, but she heard it not, and, as that gentleman went about some rather important business, we cannot do better than to follow him, and see how he progressed with it. When he left his shop, he went directly to Bell Yard, although it was a little before the time named for his visit to Mrs. Lovett. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 36. The Last Batch of the Delicious Pies. It would have been clear to anyone who looked at Sweeney Todd as he took his route from his own shop in Fleet Street to Bell Yard, Temple Bar, that it was not to eat pies he went there. No, he was on very different thoughts, indeed intent, and as he neared the shop of Mrs. Lovett, where those delicacies were vended, there was such a diabolical expression upon his face that, had he not stooped like grim War to smooth his wrinkled form, ere he made his way into the shop, he would, most unquestionably, have excited the violent suspicions of Mrs. Lovett that all was not exactly as it should be, and that the mysterious bond of union that held her and the barber together was not in that blooming state that it had been. When he actually did enter the shop, he was all sweetness and placidity. Mrs. Lovett was behind the counter, for it seldom happened that the shop was free of customers, for when the batches of hot pies were all over, there usually remained some which were devoured cold with avidity by the lawyers' clerks from the offices and chambers in the neighborhood. But at 9 o'clock there was a batch of hot pies coming up, for of late Mrs. Lovett had fancied that between 8:30 and 9 there was a great turn-out of clerks from Lincoln's Inn, and a pie became a very desirable and comfortable prelude to half price at the theatre, or any other amusements of the 3 hours before midnight. Many people, too, liked them as a relish for supper, and took them home quite carefully. Indeed, in Lincoln's Inn, it may be said, that the affections of the clerks oscillated between Lovett's pies and sheep's heads, and that it frequently so nicely balanced in their minds that the two attractions depended upon the toss-up of a halfpenny, whether to choose St. Amory James's from Clare Market or pies from Lovett's. Half and half washed both down equally well. Mrs. Lovett, then, may be supposed to be waiting for the 9 o'clock batch of pies when Sweeney Todd, on this most eventful evening, made his appearance. Todd and Mrs. Lovett met now with all the familiarity of an old acquaintance.
"Ah, Mr. Todd,"
said the lady.
"How do you do? Why, we have not seen you for a long time."
It has been some time. And how are you, Mrs. Lovett?
"Quite well, thank you. Of course, you will take a pie?"
Todd made a horrible face as he replied,
"No, thank you. It's very foolish when I knew I was going to make a call here, but I have just had a pork chop."
"Had it the kidney in it, sir?"
asked one of the lads who were eating cold pies.
"Yes, it had."
"Oh, that's what I like. Lor bless you, I'd eat my mother if she was a pork chop, done brown and crisp, and the kidney in it. Just fancy it, grilling hot, you know, and just popped on a slice of bread when you are cold and hungry."
"Will you walk in, Mr. Todd?"
said Mrs. Lovett, raising a portion of the counter, by which an opening was made that enabled Mr. Todd to pass into the sacred precincts of the parlor. The invitation was complied with by Todd, who remarked that he hadn't above a minute to spare, but that he would sit down while he could stay, since Mrs. Lovett was so kind as to ask him. This extreme suavity of manner, however, left Sweeney Todd when he was in the parlor, and there was nobody to take notice of him but Mrs. Lovett, nor did she think it necessary to wreathe her face in smiles, but with something of both anger and agitation in her manner, she said,
"And when is all this to have an end, Sweeney Todd? You have been now for these 6 months providing me such a division of spoil as shall enable me, with an ample independence, once again to appear in the salons of Paris. I ask you now, when is this to be?"
"You are very impatient."
"Impatient? Impatient? May I not well be impatient? Do I not run a frightful risk, while you must have the best of the profits? It is useless for pretending to tell me that you do not get much. I know you better, Sweeney Todd. You never strike, unless for profit or revenge."
"Well?"
"Is it well, then, that I should have no account? Oh, God, if you had the dreams I sometimes have!"
"Dreams?"
She did not answer him, but sank into a chair, and trembled so violently that he became alarmed, thinking she was very, very unwell. His hand was upon a bell-rope, when she motioned him to be still, and then she managed to say in a very faint and nearly inarticulate voice,
"You will go to that cupboard. You will see a bottle. I am forced to drink, or I should kill myself, or go mad, or denounce you. Give it to me. Quick, quick, give it to me. It is brandy. Give it to me, I say. Do not stand gazing at it there. I must, and I will have it. Yes, yes. I am better now, much better now. It is horrible, very horrible. But I am better. And I say, I must and I will have an account at once. Oh, Todd, what an enemy you have been to me."
"You wrong me. The worst enemy you ever had is in your head."
No, no, no. I must have that to drown thought."
"Indeed! Can you be so superstitious? I presume you are afraid of your reception in another world."
No, no, oh no. You and I do not believe in a hereafter, Sweeney Todd. If we did, we should go raving mad. To think what we had sacrificed. Oh no, no, we dare not. We dare not."
"Enough of this,"
said Todd, somewhat violently.
Enough of this. You shall have an account to-morrow evening, and when you find yourself in possession of £20,000, you will not accuse me of having been unmindful of your interests. But now there is someone in the shop who seems to be inquiring for you."
Mrs. Lovett rose and went into the shop. The moment her back was turned, Todd produced the little bottle of poison he had got from the chemist's boy and emptied it into the brandy decanter. He had just succeeded in this manoeuvre, and concealed the bottle again, when she returned and flung herself into a chair.
"Did I hear you aright?"
she said.
"Or is this promise but a mere mockery? £20,000. Is it possible that you have so much? Oh, why was not all this dreadful trade left off sooner? Much less would have been done. But when shall I have it? When shall I be enabled to fly from here forever? Todd, we must live in different countries. I could never bear the chance of seeing you."
"As you please. It doesn't matter to me at all. You may be off to-morrow night if you like. I tell you, your share of the last 8 years' work shall be £20,000. You shall have the sum to-morrow, and then you are free to go where you please. It matters not to me one straw where you spend your money. But tell me now, what immediate danger do you apprehend from your new cook?"
"Great and immediate? He has refused to work, a sign that he has got desperate, hopeless, and impatient. And then only a few hours ago I heard him call to me, and he said he had thought better of it, and would bake the 9 o'clock batch, which, to my mind, was saying that he had made up his mind to some course which gave him hope, and made it worth his while to temporize with me for a time, to lull suspicion."
"You are a clever woman. Something must and shall be done. I will be here at midnight, and we shall see if a vacancy cannot be made in your establishment."
"It will be necessary, and it is but one more."
That's all, that's all. And I must say you have such a very perfect and philosophical mode of settling the question. Avoid the brandy as much as you can, but I suppose you are sure to take some between now and the morning?"
"Quite sure. It is not in this house that I can wean myself of such a habit. I may do so abroad, but not here."
"Oh, well, it can't matter. But as regards the fellow downstairs, I will, of course, come and rid you of him. You must keep a good lookout now for the short time you will be here, and a good countenance. There, you are wanted again, and I may as well go likewise."
Mrs. Lovett and Todd walked from the parlor to the shop together, and when they got there, they found a respectable-looking woman and a boy, the latter of whom carried a bundle of printed papers with him. The woman was evidently in great distress of mind.
"Cold pie, marm,"
said Mrs. Lovett.
"Oh, dear no, Mrs. Lovett," said the woman. "I know you by sight, mum, though you don't know me. I am Mrs. Rankley, mum, the wife of Mr. Rankley, the tobacconist, and I've come to ask a favour of you, Mrs. Lovett, to allow one of these bills to be put in your window."
"Dear me,"
said Mrs. Lovett.
"What's it about?"
Mrs. Rankley handed her one of the bills, and then seemed so overcome with grief that she was forced to sink into a chair while it was read, which was done aloud by Mrs. Lovett, who, as she did so, now and then stole a glance at Sweeney Todd, who looked as impenetrable and destitute of all emotion as a block of wood.
"Missing? Mr. John Randley, tobacconist, of 92 Fleet Street. The above gentleman left his home to go over the water on business, and has not since been heard of. He is supposed to have had some valuable property with him in the shape of a string of pearls. The said Mr. John Rankley is 5 feet 4 inches high, full face, stout thick nose, black whiskers, and what is commonly called a bullet head, thick set and skittle made, not very well upon his feet, and whoever will give any information of him at 92 Fleet Street shall be amply rewarded."
"Yes, yes," said Mrs. Rankley, when the reading of the bill was finished. "That's him to a T. My poor, dear, handsome Rankley. Oh, I shall never be myself again. I have not eaten anything since he went out."
"Then buy a pie, madam,"
said Todd, as he held one close to her.
"Look up, Mrs. Rankley. Lift off the top crust, madam, and you may take my word for it that you will soon see something of Mr. Rankley."
The hideous face that Todd made during the utterance of these words quite alarmed the disconsolate widow, but she did partake of the pie for all that. It was very tempting, a veal one, full of coagulated gravy. Who could resist it? Not she, certainly, and besides, did not Todd say she would see something of Rankley? There was hope in his words, at all events, if nothing else. "Well," she said, "I will hope for the best. He may have been taken ill, and have not had his address in his pocket. Poor dear soul, at the time."
"And in all events, madam,"
said Todd,
"you need not be cut up about it, you know. I dare say you will know what has become of him some day, soon."
End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 37. The Prisoner's Plan of Escape from the Pies. Mrs. Lovett was a woman of judgment, and when she told Sweeney Todd that the prisoner was getting impatient in the lower regions of that house which was devoted to the manufacture of the delicious pies, she had guessed rightly his sensations with regard to his present state and future prospects. We last left that unfortunate young man lying on the floor of the place where the steaming and tempting manufacture was carried on, and for a time, as a very natural consequence of exhaustion, he slept profoundly. That sleep, however, if it rested him bodily, likewise rested him mentally, and when he again awoke it was but to feel more acutely the agony of his most singular and cruel situation. There was a clock in the place by which he had been enabled to accurately regulate the time that the various batches of pies should take in cooking, and upon looking up to that, he saw that it was upon the hour of 6, and consequently there would be 3 hours before a batch of pies was wanted. He looked about him very mournfully for some time, and then he spoke.
"What evil destiny,"
he said,
"has placed me here? Oh, how much better it would have been if I had perished, as I have been near perishing several times during the period of my eventful life. Then I should be shut up in this horrible den and starve to death, as in all probability I shall be, for I loathe the pies. Damn the pies!"
There was a slight noise, and upon his raising his eyes to that part of the place near the roof where there were some iron bars, and between which Mrs. Lovett was wont to give him some directions, he saw now her detested face.
"Attend,"
she said.
"You will bake an extra batch tonight at 9 precisely."
"What?"
"An extra batch. 200 at least. Do you understand me?"
"Hark ye, Mrs. Lovett, you are carrying this sort of thing too far. It won't do, I tell you. Mrs. Lovett, I don't know how soon I may be numbered with the dead, but as I am a living man now, I will make no more of your detestable pies."
"Beware."
"Beware yourself. I am not one to be frightened at shadows. I say I will leave this place whether you like it or not. I will leave it, and perhaps you will find your power insufficient to keep me here. That there is some frightful mystery at the bottom of all the proceedings here, I am certain, but you shall not make me the victim of it."
"Rash fool."
"Very well. Say what you like, but remember, I defy you."
"Then you are tired of your life, and you will find, when too late, what are the consequences of your defiance. But listen to me. When I first engaged you, I told you you might leave when you were tired of the employment.
You did. And yet you keep me a prisoner here. God knows I am tired enough of it. Besides, I shall starve, for I cannot eat pies eternally. I hate them.
And they so admired.
Yes, when one ain't so fitted with them. I am now only subsisting upon baked flour. I cannot eat the pies.
You are strangely fantastical.
Perhaps I am. Do you live upon pies, I should like to know, Mrs. Lovett?
That is altogether beside the question. You shall, if you like, leave this place tomorrow morning, by which time I hope to have got someone else to take over your situation. But I cannot be left without anyone to make the pies.
I don't care for that. I won't make another one.
We shall see,
said Mrs. Lovett.
I will come to you in an hour and see if you persevere in that determination. I advise you as a friend to change, for you will most bitterly repent standing in the way of your own enfranchisement.
Well, but she is gone, and what can I do? I am in her power, but shall I tamely submit? No, not while I have my arms at liberty, and strength enough to wield one of these long pokers that stir coals in the ovens. How foolish of me not to think before that I had such desperate weapons, with which perchance to work my way to freedom.
As he spoke, he poised in his hand one of the long pokers he spoke of, and, after some few minutes spent in consideration, he said to himself, with something of the cheerfulness of hope,
I am in Bell Yard, and there are houses right and left of this accursed pie shop, and those houses must have cellars. Now surely with such a weapon as this, a willing heart, and an arm that has not yet quite lost all its powers, I may make my way from this abominable abode.
The very thought of thus achieving his liberty lent him new strength and resolution, so that he felt himself to be quite a different man to what he had been, and he only paused to consider in which direction it would be best to begin his work. After some reflection upon that head, he considered that it would be better to commence where the meat was kept, that meat of which he always found abundance and which came from he knew not where, since, if he went to sleep with little or none of it upon the shelves where it was placed for use, he always found plenty when he awoke.
Yes,
he said,
I will begin there and work my way to freedom.
Before, however, he commenced operations, he glanced at the clock, and found that it wanted very little now to 7, so that he thought it would be but common prudence to wait until Mrs. Lovett had paid him her promised visit, as then, if he said he would make the pies she required, he would, in all probability, be left to himself for 2 hours, and, he thought, if he did not make good progress in that time towards his liberty, it would be strange indeed. He sat down and patiently waited until 7 o'clock. Scarcely had the hour sounded when he heard the voice of his tormentor and mistress at the grating.
Well,
she said,
have you considered?
Oh, yes, I have. Needs must, you know, Mrs. Lovett, when a certain person drives. But I have a great favour to ask of you, madam.
What is it?
Why, I feel faint, and if you could let me have a pot of porter, I would undertake to make a batch of pies superior to any you have ever had, and without any grumbling either.
Mrs. Lovett was silent for a few moments, and then said,
If you are supplied with porter, will you continue in your situation?
Well, I don't know that, but perhaps I may at all events. I will make you the 9 o'clock batch, you may depend.
Very well, you shall have it.
She disappeared at these words, and in about 10 minutes a small trapdoor opened in the roof, and there was let down by a cord a foaming pot of porter.
This is capital,
cried the victim of the pies, as he took half of it at a draught.
This is the nectar of the gods. Oh, what a relief, to be sure. It puts new life into me.
And so it really seemed, for, shouldering the poker, which was more like a javelin than anything else, he at once rushed into the vault where the meat was kept.
Now,
he said,
for a grand effort at freedom, and if I succeed, I promise you, Mrs. Lovett, that I will come round to the shop and rather surprise you, madam. Damn the pies.
We have before described the place in which the meat was kept, and we need now only say that the shelves were very well stocked indeed, and that our friend, in whose progress we have a great interest, shovelled off the large pieces with celerity from one of the shelves, and commenced operations with the poker. He was not slow in discovering that his work would not be the most easy in the world, for every now and then he kept encountering what felt very much like a plate of iron, but he fagged away with right good will, and succeeded after a time in getting down one of the shelves, which was 1 point gained at all events.
Now for it,
he said.
Now for it, I shall be able to act, to work upon the wall itself, and it must be something unusually strong to prevent me making a breach through it soon.
In order to refresh himself, he finished the porter, and then using his javelin-like poker as a battering-ram, he banged the wall with the end of it for some moments, without producing any effect, until suddenly a portion of it swung open just like a door, and he paused to wonder how that came about. All was darkness through the aperture, and yet he saw that it was actually a little square door that he had knocked open, and the idea then recurred to him that he had found how the shelves were supplied with meat, and he had no doubt that there was such a little square opening at the back of every one of them.
So,
he said,
that mystery is solved, but what part of Mrs. Lovett's premises have I got upon now? We shall soon see.
He went boldly into the large cellar and procured a light, a flaming torch, made of a piece of dry wood, and returning to the opening he had made in the wall, he thrust his head through it, and projected the torch before him. With a cry of horror he fell backwards, extinguishing the torch in his fall, and he lay for a full quarter of an hour insensible upon the floor. What dreadful sight had he seen that had so chilled his young blood and frozen up the springs of life? When he recovered, he looked around him in the dim, borrowed light that came from the other vault, and he shuddered as he said, "Was it a dream?" Soon, however, as he rose, he gave up the idea of having been the victim of any delusion of the imagination, for there was the broken shelf, and there the little square opening through which he had looked and seen what had so transfixed him with horror. Keeping his face in that direction, as if it would be dreadful to turn his back for a moment upon some frightful object, he made his way into the larger cellar where the ovens were, and then he sat down with a deep groan.
What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do?
He muttered.
I am doomed. Doomed.
Are the pies doing?
Said the voice of Mrs. Lovett.
It's 8 o'clock.
8, is it?
Yes, to be sure, and I want to know if you are bent upon your destruction or not. I don't hear the furnaces going, and I'm quite sure you have not made the pies.
Oh, I will keep my word, madam, you may depend. You want 200 pies at 9 o'clock, and you will see that they come up quite punctually to the minute.
Very good. I am glad you are better satisfied than you were.
I am quite satisfied now, Mrs. Lovett. I am quite in a different mood of mind to what I was before. I can assure you, madam, that I have no complaints to make, and I think the place has done me some good. And if at 9 o'clock you let down the platform, you shall have 200 pies as sure as fate. And something else, too,
he added to himself,
for I shall be of a very different mind to what I am now.
We have already seen that Mrs. Lovett was not deceived by this seeming submission on the part of the cook, for she used that as an argument with Todd when she was expatiating upon the necessity of getting rid of him that night. But the cleverest people make mistakes at times, and probably, when the 9 o'clock batch of pies makes its appearance, something may occur at the same time which will surprise a great many more persons than Mrs. Lovett and the reader. But we must not anticipate, merely saying with the Eastern sage, what will be, and what's impossible don't often come to pass. Certain it is that the 9 o'clock batch of 200 pies were made and put in the oven, and equally certain it is that the cook remarked as he did so,
"Yes, I'll do it. It may succeed. Nay, it must succeed, And if so, woe to you, Mrs. Lovett, and all who are joined with you in this horrible speculation at which I sicken.
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 38. Sweeney Todd Shaves a Good Customer. The Arrest. Joanna is still alone in the barber's shop. Her head is resting upon her hands, and she is thinking of times gone past, when she had hoped for happiness with Mark Ingestre. When we say alone, we must not be presumed to have forgotten the two officers who were so snugly packed in the cupboard, but Joanna, as her mind wandered back to her last interview with him whom she had loved so well, and clung to so fondly and so constantly, almost for a time forgot where she was, and that there was such a person as Sweeney Todd in existence.
"Alas, alas,"
she said.
"It seems likely enough that by the adoption of this disguise, so unsuited to me, I may achieve vengeance, but nothing more. Where are you, Mark Ingestre? Oh, horror! Something seems to tell me that no mortal voice can answer me."
Tears came trickling to her relief, and as she felt them trickling through her fingers, she started as she thought that the hour which Todd had said would expire before he returned must have nearly gone.
"I must control these thoughts,"
she said.
"And this emotion I must seem that which I am not."
She rose and ceased weeping. She trimmed the little miserable lamp, and then she was about to go to the door to look for the return of Todd, when that individual, with a slow and sneaking footstep, made his appearance, as if he had been hiding just within the doorway. Todd hung his hat upon a peg, and then turning his eyes inquiringly upon Joanna, he said,
"Well, has anyone been?"
"Yes."
"Who? Speak out! Confound you, you mumble so I can hardly hear you."
"A gentleman to be shaved, and he went away again. I don't know what puts you in such a passion, Mr. Todd. I'm sure nothing—"
"What is it to you? Get out of my way, will you? And you may begin to think of shutting up, I think, for we shall have no more customers tonight. I am tired and weary. You are to sleep under the counter, you know."
"Yes, sir, you told me so. I dare say I shall be very comfortable there."
"And you have not been peeping and prying about, have you?"
"Not at all."
"Not looking even into that cupboard, I suppose, eh? It's not locked, but that's no reason why you should look into it. Not that there is any secret in it, but I object to peeping and prying upon principle."
Todd, as he spoke, advanced towards the cupboard, and Joanna thought that in another moment a discovery would undoubtedly take place of the two officers who were there concealed, and probably that would have been the case had not the handle of the shop door been turned at that moment, and a man presented himself, at which Todd turned quickly, and saw that he was a substantial-looking farmer with dirty top boots, as if he had just come off a journey.
"Well, master,"
said the visitor,
"I want a clean shave."
"Oh,"
said Todd, not in the best of humours.
"It's rather late. I suppose you would not like to wait till morning? For I don't know if I have any hot water."
"Oh, cold will do."
"Cold? Oh, dear, no. We never shave in cold water. But if you must, you must. So sit down, sir, and we will soon settle the business."
Thank you. I can't go to bed comfortable without a clean shave, do you see? I have come up from Braintree with beasts on commission, and I'm staying at the Bull's Head, you see."
"Oh, indeed,"
said Todd, as he adjusted the shaving-cloth.
"The Bull's Head."
"Yes, master. Why, I brought up a matter 220 beasts, I did, do you see, and was on my pony, as good a stepper as you'd wish to see, and I sold 'em all, do you see, for 550 pun. Ho, good work that, do you see, and only 42 of 'em was my beasts, do you see. I've got a missus at home, and a daughter. My girl's called Joanna."
Up to this point, Joanna had not suspected that the game had begun, and that this was the magistrate who had come to put an end to the malpractices of Sweeney Todd, but his marked pronunciation of her name at once opened her eyes to the fact, and she knew that something interesting must soon happen.
"And so you sold them all?"
said Todd.
Yes, master, I did, and I've got the money in my pocket now, and bank notes. I never leave my money about at inns, d'ye see, master. Safe bind, safe find, you see. I carries it about with me.
A good plan, too,
said Todd.
Charlie, some hot water. That's a good lad. And Charlie?
Yes, sir.
While I am just finishing off this gentleman, you may as well just run to the temple to Mr. Sergeant Toldoranus and ask for his wig. We shall have to do it in the morning, and may as well have it the first thing in the day to begin upon. And you need not hurry, Charlie, as we shall shut up when you come back.
Joanna walked out, but went no further than the shop window, close to which she placed her eyes so that, between a pomatum jar and a lot of hairbrushes, she could clearly see what was going on.
A nice-looking little lad, that,
said Todd's customer.
Yes, sir, an orphan boy. I took him out of charity, poor little fellow. But there, we ought to try to do all the good we can.
Just so. I'm glad I have come to be shaved here. Mine's a rather strong beard, I think, do you see?
Why, sir, in a manner of speaking,
replied Todd.
It is a strong beard. I suppose you didn't come to London alone, sir?
Oh, yes, quite alone, except the drovers. I had no company with me. Why do you ask?
Why, sir, I thought if you had any gentleman with you who might be waiting at the Bull's Head, you would recommend him to me if anything was wanting in my way, you know, sir. You might have just left him, saying you were going to Todd, the barber's, to have a clean shave, sir.
No, not at all. The fact is, I did not come out to have a shave, but a walk. And it wasn't till I gave my chin a stroke, and found what a beard I had, that I thought of it. And then, passing a shop, in I popped, you see?
Exactly, sir, I comprehend. You are quite alone in London.
Oh, quite. But when I come again, I'll come to you to be shaved. You may depend, and I'll recommend you too.
I'm very much obliged to you,
said Todd, as he passed his hand over the chin of his customer.
I'm very much obliged. I find I must give you another lather, sir, and I'll get another razor with a keener edge, now that I've taken off all the rough, as one might say in a manner of speaking.
Oh, I shall do.
No, don't move, sir. I shall not detain you a moment. I have my other razors in the next room, and will polish you off now, sir, before you will know where you are. You know, sir, you have promised to recommend me, so I must do the best I can with you.
Well, well, a clean shave is a comfort. But don't be long, for I want to get back, do you see?
Not a moment, not a moment.
Sweeney Todd walked into his back parlour, conveying with him the only light that was in the shop, so that the dim glimpse that, up to this time, Joanna from the outside had contrived to get of what was going on was denied to her, and all that met her eyes was impenetrable darkness. Oh, what a world of anxious, agonizing sensations crossed the mind of the young and beautiful girl at that moment! She felt as if some great crisis in her history had arrived, and that she was condemned to look in vain into the darkness to see of what it consisted. We must not, however, allow the reader to remain in the same state of mystification which came over the perceptive faculties of Joanna Oakley, but we shall proceed to state clearly and distinctly what did happen in the barber shop when he went to get an uncommonly keen razor in his back parlour. The moment his back was turned, the seeming farmer, who had made such a good thing of his beasts, sprang up from the shaving chair, as if he had been electrified, and yet he did not do it with any appearance of fright, nor did he make any noise. It was only astonishingly quick, and then he placed himself close to the window and waited patiently with his eyes fixed upon the chair to see what would happen next. In the space of about a quarter of a minute, there came from the next room a sound like the rapid drawing of a heavy bolt, and then in an instant the shaving chair disappeared beneath the floor, and the circumstances by which Sweeney Todd's customers disappeared was evident. There was a piece of the flooring turning upon a centre, and the weight of the chair when a bolt was withdrawn, by means of a simple leverage from the inner room, weighed down upon one end of the top, which, by a little apparatus, was to swing completely round, there being another chair on the under surface, which thus became the upper, exactly resembling the one in which the unhappy customer was supposed to be polished off. Hence it was that in one moment, as if by magic, Sweeney Todd's visitors disappeared, and there was the empty chair. No doubt he trusted to a fall of about 20 feet below on to a stone floor to beat the death of them, or, at all events, to stun them until he could go down and finish the murder, and to cut them up for Mrs. Lovett's pies, after robbing them of all money and valuables they might have about them. In another moment the sound of a bolt was again heard, and Sir Richard Blunt, who had played the part of the wealthy farmer, feeling that the trap was closed again, seated himself in the new chair that had made its appearance with all the nonchalance in life, as if nothing had happened. It was a full minute before Todd ventured to look from the parlour into the darkened shop, and then he shook so that he had to hold by the door to steady himself.
"That's done,"
he said.
"That's the last, I hope. It is time I finished. I never felt so nervous since the first time. Then I did quake a little. How quiet he went! I have sometimes had a shriek ringing in my ears for a whole week."
It was a large, high-backed piece of furniture, that shaving chair, so that, when Todd crept into the shop with the light in his hand, he had not the remotest idea it was tenanted. But when he got round it and saw his customer calmly waiting with the lather upon his face, the cry of horror that came gargling and gushing from his throat was horrible to hear.
"Why, what's the matter?"
said Sir Richard.
"Oh, God! The dead! The dead! Oh, God!"
cried Todd.
"This is the beginning of my punishment. Have mercy, Heaven! Oh, do not look upon me with those dead eyes!"
"Murderer!"
shouted Sir Richard, in a voice that rang like the blast of a trumpet through the house. In an instant he sprang upon Sweeney Todd and grappled him by the throat. There was a short struggle, and they were down upon the floor together, but Todd's wrists were suddenly laid hold of, and a pair of handcuffs were scientifically put upon him by the officers, who, at the word "murderer," that being a preconcerted signal, came from the cupboard where they had been concealed.
"Secure him well, my man,"
said the magistrate,
"and don't let him lay violent hands upon himself. Ah, Miss Oakley, you are in time. This man is a murderer. I found out all the secret about the chair last night, after 12, by exploring the vaults under the old church. Thank God we have stopped his career."
End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The String of Pearls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 39 The Conclusion. It wants but 5 minutes to 9, and Mrs. Lovett's shop is filling with persons anxious to devour, or to carry away, one or more of the 9 o'clock batch of savory, delightful, gushing gravy pies. Many of Mrs. Lovett's customers paid her in advance for the pies, in order that they might be quite sure of getting their orders fulfilled, when the first batch should make its gracious appearance from the depths below.
"Well, Jiggs,"
said one of the legal fraternity to another,
"how are you today, old fellow? What did you bring it in?"
"Oh, I ain't very blooming. The fact is, the Count and I, and a few others, made a night of it last evening, and somehow or another, I don't think whisky and water, half and half, and tripe go together.
"I should wonder if they did."
"And so I've come for a pie to settle my stomach. You see, I'm rather delicate."
"Ah, you are just like me, young man. There,"
said an elderly personage.
"I have a delicate stomach, and the slightest thing disagrees with me. A mere idea will make me quite ill."
"Will it really?"
"Yes. And my wife, she—"
"Oh, bother your wife. It's only 5 minutes to 9, don't you see? What a crowd there is, to be sure. Mrs. Lovett, you charm her. I hope you've ordered enough pies to be made tonight. You see what a lot of customers you have."
"Oh, there will be plenty."
"That's right. I say, don't push so. You'll be in time, I tell you. Don't be pushing and shoving in all that sort of way. I've got ribs."
"And so have I. Last night I didn't get to bed at all, and my old woman is in a certain condition, you see, gentlemen, and won't fancy anything but one of Lovett's veal pies. So I've come all the way from Newington to get one for—"
"Hold your row, will you? and don't push.
For to have the child marked as a pie as it's...
Behind there, I say. Don't be pushing a fellow as if it was half price at a theatre.
Each moment added some new comers to the throng, and at last any strangers who had known nothing of the attractions of Mrs. Lovett's pie shop, and had walked down Bell Yard, would have been astonished at the throng of persons there assembled, a throng that was each moment increasing in density and becoming more and more urgent and clamorous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it is 9 at last. It strikes by old St. Dunstan's church clock, and in weaker strains, the chronometrical machine at the pie shop echoes the sound. What excitement there is now to get at the pies when they shall come! Mrs. Lovett lets down the square, movable platform that goes upon pulleys into the cellar. Some machinery, which only requires a handle to be turned, brings up 100 pies in a tray. These are eagerly seized by parties who have previously paid, and such a smacking of lips ensues as never was known. Down goes the platform for the next 100, and a gentlemanly man says,
"Let me work that handle, Mrs. Lovett, if you please. It's too much for you, I'm sure." "Sir, you are very kind, but I never allow anybody on this side of the counter but my own people, sir. I can turn the handle myself, sir, if you please, with the assistance of this girl. Keep your distance, sir. Nobody wants your help."
How the waggish young lawyer's clerks laughed as they smacked their lips and sucked in the galoptious gravy of the pies, which, by the by, appeared to be all delicious veal this time, and Mrs. Lovett worked the handle of the machine all the more vigorously that she was a little angry with the officious stranger. What an unusual trouble it seemed to be to wind up those forthcoming 100 pies! How she toiled, and how the people waited! But at length there came up the savoury steam, and then the tops of the pies were visible. They came up upon a large tray about 6 feet square, and the moment Mrs. Lovett ceased turning the handle and let the catch fall that prevented the platform receding again, to the astonishment and terror of everyone, away flew all the pies, tray and all, across the counter, and a man, who was lying crouched down in an exceedingly flat state under the tray, sprang to his feet. Mrs. Lovett shrieked, as well she might, and then she stood trembling, and looking as pale as death itself. It was the doomed cook from the cellars who had adopted this mode of escape. The throngs of persons in the shop looked petrified, and after Mrs. Lovett's shriek, there was an awful stillness for about a minute, and then the young man who officiated as cook spoke.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I fear that what I am going to say will spoil your appetites, but the truth is beautiful at all times, and I have to state that Mrs. Lovett's pies are made of human flesh."
How the throng of persons recoiled! What a roar of agony and dismay there was! How frightfully sick about 40 lawyers' clerks became all at once, and how they spat out the gelatinous clinging portions of the rich pies they had been devouring.
"Good gracious! Oh, the pies! Confound it!"
"'Tis false!"
screamed Mrs. Lovett.
"You are my prisoner, madam,"
said the man who had obligingly offered to turn the handle of the machine that wound up the pies, at the same time producing a constable's staff.
"Prisoner?" "Yes, on a charge of aiding and abetting Sweeney Todd, now in custody, in the commission of many murders."
Mrs. Lovett staggered back, and her complexion turned a livid color.
"I am poisoned,"
she said.
"Good God! I am poisoned!"
And she sank insensible to the floor. There was now some confusion at the door of the shop, for several people were effecting an entrance. These consisted of Sir Richard Blunt, Colonel Jeffery, Joanna Oakley, and Tobias Ragg, who, when he escaped from the madhouse at Peckham Rye, went directly to a gentleman in the Temple, who took him to the magistrate.
"Miss Oakley,"
said Sir Richard,
"you objected to coming here, but I told you I had a particular reason for bringing you. This night, about half an hour since, I made an acquaintance I want to introduce you to.
Who? Oh, who?
There is an underground communication all the way from Sweeney Todd's cellar to the ovens of this pie shop, and I found there Mrs. Lovett's cook, with whom I arranged this little surprise for his mistress. Look at him, Miss Oakley. Do you know him? Look up, Master Cook.
Mark and Jestry!
Shrieked Joanna, the moment she glanced at the person alluded to.
Joanna!
In another moment she was in his arms and clasped to his heart.
Oh, Mark! You're not dead!
No, I never was. And you, Joanna, are you not in love with the fellow in military undress you met in the temple?
No, I never was.
When Mrs. Lovett was picked up by the officers, she was found to be dead. The poison which Sweeney Todd had put into the brandy she was accustomed to solace herself with, when the pangs of conscience troubled her, and of which she always took some before the evening batch of pies came up, had done its work. That night Todd passed in Newgate, and in due time a swinging corpse was all that remained of the barber of Fleet Street. Mr. Fogg's establishment at Peckham Rye was broken up, and that gentleman persuaded to emigrate, for which the government kindly paid all expenses. Tobias went into the service of Mark Ingastry, and, at the marriage of Mark with his beautiful bride, Big Ben, the beefeater, did some extraordinary things, which space and opportunity will not permit us to chronicle in these pages. The youths who visited Lovett's pie shop, and there luxuriated upon those delicacies, are youths no longer. Indeed, the grave has closed over all but one, and he is very, very old. But even now, as he thinks of how he enjoyed the flavour of the veal, he shudders, and has to take a drop of brandy. Beneath the old church of St. Dunstan were found the heads and bones of Todd's victims. As little as possible was said by the authorities about it, but it was supposed that some hundreds of persons must have perished in the frightful manner we have detailed. Our tale is over, and the only seeming mystery that has to be explained consists in settling the point with regard to who Thornhill was and what became of him. He was just what he represented himself to be, the friend of Mark Ingastry, to whom had been, by Mark, entrusted the care of the string of pearls. But he fell victim to the awful criminality of Sweeney Todd, who was in league with Mrs. Lovett, who robbed his murdered customers, while she sold them for pies. Mark Ingastry, after many dangers and hardships, had reached London, but he did so, unfortunately, only just in time to follow Joanna to the Temple Gardens, in one of her innocent ramblings with Colonel Jeffery, but believing from that circumstance that she was false to him, and hearing nothing from his friend Thornhill, he, in a moment of despair, took the desperate situation of cook at Mrs. Lovett's far-famed pie shop, where he so narrowly escaped with his life. Joanna and Mark lived long and happily together, enjoying all the comforts of an independent existence, but they never forgot the strange and eventful circumstances connected with the string of pearls. End of chapter 39, and end of The String of Pearls by Unknown.